And we're live. Good morning, everyone. Coming here from South Carolina, USA. Good evening po dyan sa Philippines. I hope you're all okay. I hope you're all staying COVID-free. Today's topics are very important, so make sure that you stay with me. We are going to be discussing a lot of things today. Okay, so let me go over and check our PowerPoint. We will start. Now, if you haven't done so yet, make sure that you have a piece of paper with you or that you have a notebook with you and also a pen so that you can write down whatever it is that we are going to discuss today. Okay? So today we are going to have Let Q&A, Learn and Earn live stream. Okay, so we are going to discuss ProfEd and also GenEd topics today. So make sure that you have, make sure that you have your pen and a piece of paper with you and also your notebook with you. But before we start, first, let me shout out those people who are leaving good comments, positive comments on our channel. We have Miss Joy Ayado saying, thank you so much for this video. Thanks for helping us through this video. God bless you. God bless you po to. To Miss Joy Ayado, God bless you po. And we also have Sir Oliver Monreal. Sabi ni Sir Oliver is, ganda po ma'am ng voice nyo. Mas nagsisink in yung info. Thank you so much, ma'am, and God bless. God bless din po, Sir Oliver. Ma'am Eliza Duwag, thank you, ma'am. God bless you always. Very informative strategy po, ma'am. Thank you po, Ma'am Eliza. We also have Ma'am Sweet Manzanas. I'm here again, second time around, watching this. Thanks, ma'am. Keep vlogging. Ganda ng content mo. Hindi nakaka-boring. Thank you po for always tuning in to our YouTube channel. Ma'am Donna Liza Vasquez, hi Madam, thank you po sa bagong kaalaman na binabahagi nyo sa amin para sa aming ikakapasa, para sa let. Hulog po kayo ng langit sa amin. Sana po marami pa kayong matulungan. God bless po. God bless din po. Ma'am Donna Liza Vasquez. We also have a few other people here. Ma'am Checky Gaudicos. Thank you po for the very informative topic. God bless po. Keep safe always. Thank you po. Miss Irene Balayong, thank you po, ma'am. I really like the way you rationalize. God bless po. Thank you so much, Ma'am Irene. Ma'am Julina Nevado, thank you, ma'am, nang dahil sa mga video nyo, ang bilis ko maintindihan bawat topic sa ProfEd. Lagi ko inaabangan mga post nyo about sa let. Thank you so much for tuning in to our YouTube channel. Ma'am Angel Hasmin Amores, thank you, ma'am. Ang ganda niyo po magsalita. Napakalinaw at nauunawaan po talaga. Maraming salamat po. And Ma'am Catriona May Vargas, salamat po, ma'am. Malaking tulong po sa amin yung mga videos nyo, lalo na po yung mga di kayang mag-avail ng online review ng ibang review center po. Thank you so much, Ma'am Catriona, at sa iba pang mga nagko-comment. Hindi ko na po mauubos, mabasa lahat ng comments nyo. So I will be shouting out some of you, the rest of you, in the future videos that we have. Now, again, sinabi dito ni Ma'am Catriona, no, na lalo na sa doon sa mga taong hindi kaya mag-avail ng online review ng ibang review center, tama po yan. Ang atin pong review ay libre po lamang. Wala po kayong dapat na ibayad sa akin. Kailangan nyo lang pong i-google ay inyong time and of course ang inyong commitment, ang inyong dedication. So, mag-leave lang po kayo ng mga positive comments para po ma-inspire naman kami to make more videos. Now, sinabi din dito ni Ma'am Irene Balayong, I really like the way you rationalize. God bless po. As we have mentioned, we were a review center in Iloilo before, in the 2000s, but now we are already located in South Carolina, USA, because I'm teaching in a high school. I'm teaching science in a high school in South Carolina, USA, and that's why we opted to close our review center. Until now, there are still many people who are inquiring about our review program, not just for the licensure exam for teachers, but also for civil service examinations. So again, tutok lang po kayo dito dahil marami po akong i-discuss, marami po akong ibabahagi sa inyo. Meron po kaming maraming bulk of materials that we can share with you. I have also mentioned several times that we have been working with the future let takers and the let takers. And so alam po namin kung paano maglaro ang let. Alam po namin na yung questions sa let are all recycled. Kaya meron po kaming mga materials na makakatulong talaga sa inyo. So sa ngayon po, yung mga materials at ang mga questions na ating ibabahagi ngayon ay galing po sa mga previous let exams. Galing din po sa mga feedback ng mga students namin Dahil pagkatapos po ng let ay tinatanong namin yung mga estudyante namin, ano ba yung mga lumabas? May mga lumabas ba ng mga isms, for example? May mga lumabas pa ng mga RAs? Ano yung mga lumabas sa GenEd? Ano mga lumabas sa ProfEd? Meron din po akong in-upload na video tungkol sa September last year na let, doon po ng mga items. That was the last program that we had. So, yun po yung last na hinawakan namin class sa Iloilo nung nandun pa po yung aming review center. So, if you can go back to those topics, I think the title is actual let review questions. Doon po makikita nyo lahat ng feedback ng aming mga estudyante, mga naka-screenshot pa po na galing sa kanilang mga piniem sa amin kung ano po yung mga lumabas, kung nahirapan ba sila, kung madali lang ba sa kanila, dahil nga meron kaming maraming materials coming from the previous let items. Okay, so again, tutok lang po kayo. Do not stop watching our videos, especially live streams, because the live streams po, wala po akong ibibigay na materials. So make sure po na meron kayong notebook at meron kayong papel at meron kayong, of course, writing utensil para po madali nyong i-jot down yung mga materials, mga questions na aking ibibigay. Dahil garantisado po, itong mga questions po ang makikita nyo sa let. Alright? Now, gusto ko rin pasalamatan, of course, yung mga pumunta sa ating previous live stream. Okay, nandito kayo. Alam nyo kung sino kayo. Shinout out ko din kayo last time. So, thank you so much for being in our live stream. Again, live streams are also very important because in our live streams, we are going to rationalize ProfEd and GenEd questions. Okay, so maraming salamat po sa pagpunta niyo sa live stream. And of course, today's live stream is the very first Learn and Earn live stream that we are going to have. So in this live stream po, I'd like you to be very interactive. Gusto kong sumagot kayo sa questions natin. We are going to have the questions and also the choices. So I'd like you to please pick your choice, pick your answer. Saan ba sa 4 choices na yan ang feeling nyo ay tamang sagot? And then of course, I will be discussing the right answers, okay? And then of course, we are going to have a raffle draw. Titingnan po natin kung meron po tayong mga magiging checkpoints later. So sasabihin ko kung anong gagawin nyo para makasali kayo sa ating raffle draw, okay? Good po ba? All right, so, and also before we start, I'd like to shout out to my friend, PHUSA Guru. She also has her own YouTube channel. That's Miss Boris. She is my co-teacher in Manning High School. We work together in Manning High School, but she's teaching math. I'd like to shout out to PHUSA Guru, Miss Boris. If you have a chance, also please do subscribe to her channel. She also has some tips on how to become a teacher here in the US. And of course, if you also want some travel vlogs, PHUSA Guru, my good friend, can also provide you that, okay? So please do subscribe to our channel because she is one of our major sponsors in today's or in tonight's event. Okay, so we go directly to our questions. All right, so again, our questions today, we are going to have 100 items of let questions. We are going to discuss all of these questions. 50 items will be for GenEd. The first 50 items will be for GenEd. And the second part would be 50 items for ProfEd. Okay, now, ang 50 items po natin for GenEd, halo-halo na po siya. So may math, may English, may science, Filipino, and social studies. Alam niyo po kung kayo ay nagre-review at meron kayong 150 items, usually, ang bibigay nila ay 30 items English, 30 items Filipino, 30 items science, and so on. Pero hindi po yan ang kaso sa let. Sa actual let po, hindi po yan ang magiging kaso. So, sa ating pong review ay hindi din po 10 items yung Filipino, 10 items English, 10 items science. Hindi din po ganyan. So, halo-halo din po yung mga magiging items natin dito. But all of our items are going to be discussed. So, don't worry po. Okay, so we start with our first item. Again, make sure that you have a pen and a paper with you because these are all very relevant questions, very important questions. We start with number 1. Okay, number 1 question is, an adopted girl eloped with a foreigner. Imagine the utterance of the mother as, is it letter A, thank God I am free? Letter B, irresponsible indeed. Letter C, what a shame? Or letter D, where did I fail? Okay, I'm going to give you a few seconds to please comment your answer. Again, an adopted girl eloped with a foreigner. Imagine the utterance of the mother. Did the mother say, thank God I am free? Letter B, irresponsible indeed. Is it letter C, what a shame? Or D, where did I fail? Again, please comment your answers in our comment box. If you'd want to show your support to us, we also have our super chat and super stickers. May mga bayad po yan. If meron kayong spare cash that you'd want to share with us, then that would also be welcome. But of course, that is not required from you. Okay? All right. So again, ang question po natin is, an adopted girl eloped with a foreigner. Imagine the appearance of the mother as. Okay, I can see some of your answers. Some of you said D, D, B, D, 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 D. Okay, the correct answer po here would be letter D. Where did I fail? Okay, when the younger eloped to the foreigner, the mother blamed herself and tried to self-reflect. Saan nga ba ako nag-fail? Bakit siya nag-elope with the foreigner? Alam niyo po, sa ating let, dapat ay maging ideal kayo. Yung pag meron kayong mga choices, gusto ng let, napiliin nyo yung pinakamagandang choice. It might not be realistic, but it is the most positive of all the choices. Okay, so number 1 po, letter D is our answer. Where did I fail? Okay, thank you so much. We go to number 2. Ano ang tinutukoy nito? Ang lumalakad ng matulin kung matinik ay malalim. Is it letter A, madalas nadudulas ang mabilis maglakad? Letter B, dahan-dahan sa paglakad sa dilim? Letter C, lahat ng desisyon ay dapat pag-isipan? Or letter D, bilisan ang lakad para laging mauna? Alright, again, a few seconds for you to answer the question. Okay, ano nga ba yung ating tamang sagot sa number 2? This is in Filipino. Okay, so you are given your salawikain. Ang lumalakad ng matulin kung matinik ay malalim. Is it letter A, madalas nadudulas ang mabilis maglakad? Letter B, dahan-dahan sa paglakad sa dilim? Letter C, lahat ng desisyon ay dapat pag-isipan? Or letter D, bilisan ang lakad para laging mauna? Okay. So I can see many of you answering letter C. Many of you are picking letter C. The correct answer here is, of course, letter C. Lahat ng desisyon ay dapat pag-isipan. Ang lumalakad ng matulin kung matinik ay malalim. Ito po ay isang idioma. Meron na po tayong isang video for figures of speech or tayutay na tinatawag sa Filipino. So if you have time, kindly go back to that. That would help you so much because figures of speech are also coming out in the let po. Okay, so letter C for number 2. We proceed to number 3. Ano ang tawag sa mga pangungusap na tulad ng sumusunod? Hayan na, hindi mo pa makita. Is it letter A, sanaysay? Letter B, bugtong? Letter C, direksyon? Or letter D, tula? Okay, we're already at number 3. You are given still an item in Filipino and you are asked kung ano ang tawag dito. Anong tawag sa mga sumusunod? Hayan na, hindi mo pa makita. Okay, some of you are answering letter A, others are answering B, others are answering C, and of course, our choice D is tula. Okay, the correct answer for number 3 is, many of you have guessed it right, the correct answer is letter B, bugtong. This is a riddle in English or bugtongan na tinatawag natin sa Filipino. Ang sanaysay po ay isang essay. Okay, sanaysay is an essay. Direksyon, of course, that's just direction. And tula would be your poem. Okay, so your correct answer here would be letter B, bugtong. All right, we go to number 4. This still in Filipino. Ang akdang pangkasaysayan na kilala bilang epiko sa Kabisayaan ay ang letter A, haraya, B, lagda, letter C, maragtas, or D, hinilawod. Okay, so this is a question about akdang pangkasaysayan na kilala bilang epiko sa Kabisayaan. Ako po ay galing sa Iloilo. Shoutouts sa lahat ng mga Ilonggo na nanonood. Okay, is it letter A, haraya, B, lagda, C, maragtas, or D, hinilawod? Please keep your answers coming. It's okay if you don't get the correct answer. Remember, mistakes are one method for us to learn. Okay, it's for me, I consider making mistakes one of the best methods of learning. Okay, so wag po kayo matakot to make mistakes. There's always a room for us to improve. There's always a chance for us to learn. All right, so many of you are picking letter D, hinalawod. Let's take a look at our slides. maragtas dito, it says, bilang isang ulat pangkasaysayan, ang maragtas ay nagsasaad ng pinagmulan ng Bisaya. Yung maragtas po ay tungkol sa 10 dato galing sa Borneo. Nandito din po si Maniwantiwan, yung asawa ni Maricudo. Si Maricudo at si Maniwantiwan, sila po yung sinasabing leaders ng mga katutubo, leaders ng mga ati dati sa Iloilo. So, binenta nila yung buong Panay sa ating mga Bornean datos. That's maragtas. Yung haraya naman ay isang katipunan ng mga tuntunin ng kabutihang asal at ng mga salaysay ng paghahalimbawa ng nasabing tuntunin. So ang iyong haraya at ang lagda ay almost the same. Lagda ay isa lamang kalipunan ng mga tuntunin ukol sa mabuting pagtutupad sa tungkulin sa pamahalaan na napapaloob sa mga salaysayin at pangyayari. Ang Kodigo ni Kalansiaw ay isa sa matatagpuan sa lagda. Ang last naman na choice ninyo, ang Hinilawod, many of you have answered Hinilawod. This tells the epic of 3 demigods of Panay. So tama kayo na ito ay isa ding epiko, pero hindi ito yung epikong pangkasaysayan. Because Hinilawod is about the 3 demigods of Panay. The epic is traditionally chanted for a period of 3 days. This presentation will focus on the adventures of Humadapnon. If you have studied your Philippine literature, then Hinilawod would be part of that. So this is also an epic, but is not pangkasaysayan. This is about the demigods of Panay. This here, in this slide here, we have the other very famous epics. So lumalabas din po ito sa ating let, especially itong alim na epiko ng mga Ifugao. Sometimes the let would ask you saan or alin dito sa mga sumusunod ang epiko ng mga Ifugao. So then your answer would be alim. Bidasari is also in your let. Lumalabas din po ito sa let. So make sure that you have a copy of all of these things. If you can maybe take a picture using your iPhone, your camera phone, then you can also do that. Okay, so mag-take na po kayo ng picture. Again, in our live streams, I will not be giving materials. So make sure that you have a piece of paper, your notebook, and your pen with you. Okay, so now we go to our answer. So then, the correct answer for number 4 would be letter C, maragtas. Okay, so letter C, maragtas po would be the correct answer for number 4. So again, Hinilawod is also an epic, but letter C, maragtas is yung akdang pangkasaysayan. Haraya and lagda would just be tuntunin kung paano maging isang mabuting mamamayan. Okay, so number 4, letter C is the correct answer. We go to number 5. Ang malaking kaibahan ng panitikan sa panahon ng mga Kastila sa panitikan noong matatanda ay, is it letter A, paggamit ng wikang Kastila ng mga bata? Letter B, pagbabago ng mga paksa ng mga awit at tula? Letter C, pagkabahid ng Kristyanismo sa panitikan? Or letter D, pagdaragdag ng mga akdang etniko? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer? Alright, so si Miss Sweet Manzanas dito yung nagsabi, yun yung first choice ko. Alam niyo po, pag nagtitake kayo ng let, even any other types of test, your first choice is usually the probable correct answer. Okay, so if there is no valid reason for you to change your first choice, wag po kayong mag-change ng inyong first choice. Alright, so ano nga ba yung answer natin sa number 5? Okay, I can see many of you are answering letter C. Okay, some are answering letter B. The correct answer for number 5, we have discussed this in our previous live stream. I have discussed the education system in the Philippines in the various eras there. At sinabi natin, during the time of the Spanish, during the time of the Spaniards, it would be letter C, pagkabahid ng Kristyanismo sa panitikan. Ang ating education ay naging religious. Okay, education became very religious during the time of the Spanish. Okay, so letter C would be the correct answer for number 5. Now we go to number 6. Still in Filipino, upang masukat ng guro ang kaalaman ng mga mag-aaral sa pagbuo ng mabisang pangungusap, dapat ang maging panuto niya ay, letter A, piliin ang mga salitang hindi akma sa loob ng pangungusap. Letter B, ayusin ang lipon ng mga salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Letter C, lagyan ng bilang ang bawat salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Letter D, ayusin ang bawat salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Again, your question is asking you of the panuto. Ano ba yung magiging direction ng isang teacher, ng isang guro, kung ang goal mo ay para makabuo ang iyong mag-aaral ng mabisang pangungusap? Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer for number 6? Is it piliin ang mga salitang hindi akma sa loob ng pangungusap? Your goal is for them to form very effective sentences using the different words. Okay, so is it letter A, piliin ang mga salitang hindi akma sa loob ng pangungusap? Letter B, ayusin ang lipon ng mga salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap? Letter C, lagyan ng bilang ang bawat salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap? Letter D, ayusin ang bawat salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Okay, a lot of you are choosing letter B. There's also letter D. Letter D, ayusin ang bawat salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Okay, the correct answer for number 6 would be letter B. Ayusin ang lipon ng mga salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. Mas effective po ito na panuto dahil mas specific. Ang lipon ng mga salita, ang ibig sabihin ng lipon of course would be group. Okay, grupo ng mga salita. Ayusin ang grupo ng mga salita upang makabuo ng mabisang pangungusap. So that means the students are given a group of words and then they are going to use those words in that group to make a very effective sentence. Okay, so number 6 po. The correct answer would be letter B. Now we go to number 7. Okay, still in Filipino. May isang guro sa chemistry na ibig na matuto ang mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo sa Filipino. Ano ang pinakapuna-puna sa klase niya? Letter A, Taglish ang pagtuturo niya. Letter B, wala siyang salitang technical na ginamit. So hindi siya gumamit ng stoichiometry, hindi siya gumamit ng acid, ng base, neutralization, walang ganyan. Letter C, ang salitang technical ay kanyang binago. So pag merong acid, ay ginamit niya yung acido, for example. Letter D, lahat ng salita ay nasa Filipino. Okay, what do you think would be the correct answer? If you are a chemistry teacher, and you want to have your students learn Filipino, okay? So gumagamit ka ng Filipino sa iyong klase. Ano kaya yung magiging kapuna-puna sa iyong klase? Okay, number 7, maraming nagsasabing letter D, may nagsasabing letter A. Okay, is it letter A, C, letter D, ACA. Okay, let's take a look at our answer. So again, your teacher is a chemistry teacher and she'd want to use Filipino. But what should be prevalent in her class? The correct answer here would be letter A, Taglish. Taglish po ang kanyang pagtuturo. Ibig sabihin that would be a combination of Tagalog, Filipino, and English. Bakit? Dahil lahat or malimit or marami sa ating mga salitang technical, especially sa science and sa math, ay walang direktang salin. Okay? Wala po siyang direktang, pag iyo pong itatranslate, wala siyang direktang salin sa Filipino. So, yung ginagamit po niya ay Taglish. So, may English, yung mga technical terms would be in English, and then, of course, the rest of the words would be in Filipino or would be in Tagalog. Okay? So, that's letter A, Taglish ang pagtuturo niya. Number 8. Okay, this is still in Filipino. Sa isang kanto ay may babala, paghiwalayin ang natutunaw at di natutunaw na basura. Alin dito ang tama? Letter A, ang gulay, isda at saging ay maaaring ilagay sa isang basurahan. Letter B, ang plastic, papel at bote ay maaaring isama sa gulay. Letter C, may pera sa basura. Letter D, isang lalagyan para sa lahat. Okay, what would be the correct answer for number 8? Okay, so someone picked A, there's B, there's D. So iba-iba yung choices nyo sa number 8. Okay, is it A, D, C? Meron ding B. Okay, so again, yung babala ay nagsasabing paghiwalayin ang natutunaw at di natutunaw. Yung tinatawag nating biodegradable, yung mga mabilis mabulok, at yung mga non-biodegradable na mga mabulok na mga basura natin. Okay? So alin dito ang tama? Ang gulay, isda at saging may aring ilagay sa isang basurahan. Plastic, papel at bote ay maaring isama sa gulay. May pera sa basura, isang lalagyan para sa lahat. The correct answer would be letter A. Ang gulay, isda at saging ay maaaring ilagay sa isang basurahan. Bakit? Dahil lahat po sila ay biodegradable. Lahat po sila ay natutunaw, lahat po sila ay nabubulok. Letter B, ano ba yung mali sa ating choice B? Ang plastic, papel at bote ay maaaring isama sa gulay. Hindi po pwede dahil yung plastic, papel at bote ay pwede pong i-recycle. Okay, so these are recyclables. Ang gulay niyo po naman ay nabubulok. So hindi po pwedeng yan ang ating maging choice. Letter C, may pera sa basura. Alam naman natin na may pera sa basura, but this does not answer our question there. Isang lalagyan para sa lahat, hindi po pwede. So dapat po may waste segregation tayo. So the correct answer there would be letter A. Ang gulay, isda at saging ay maaaring ilagay sa isang basurahan. Okay? Now we go to number 9. Si MH Del Pilar ay tagasunod ni Rizal sa larangan ng A. Pagsusulat, B. Panggagamot, C. Simbahan, D. Pagbabaril. Okay? Ano kaya yung tamang sagot sa number 9? Thank you so much, Sir King Ray. Nag-send po siya ng ating super chat, super sticker. Alright, so ano kaya yung tamang sagot natin sa number 9? Okay, many of you are choosing letter A. Is it pagsusulat, panggagamot, simbahan, pagbabaril? Of course, you cannot choose letter C, simbahan. Hindi na po ito pwede. Okay, so you can just eliminate simbahan. Hindi naman sila naging pare. You also cannot choose pagbabaril. So just eliminate pagbabaril. Is it letter A, pagsusulat, or letter B, panggagamot? Okay, you're only down with your two choices, pagsusulat at panggagamot. The correct answer, let's take a look at the correct answer. It's letter A, of course, pagsusulat. Okay? So Sir Dennis Brad dito ay nagsabing La Solidaridad. Okay? So tama po kayo. Si Rizal at si MH Del Pilar ay naging contributors po sa La Solidaridad. Naging rivals pa nga po sila. So itong sabi, closing days of 1890, there arose unfortunate rivalry between Rizal and MH Del Pilar for supremacy. This is based on their periodical, yung kanilang naging newspaper na La Solidaridad. Okay, now I have included here some of the pen names, ang iba sa mga sagisag panulat ng mga Pilipinong manunulat. Lumalabas din po ito sa LET. So if you can take a picture using your camera phones, you may do so. Okay, so Jose Rizal, iba sa mga kanyang mga sulat sagisag panulat ay Dimasalang, Laong-laan, Agno, Lope K. Santos, Anakbayan, Dr. Lucas Lacandalita. Okay, Emilio Aguinaldo, Rosario Magdalo, and so on. Okay, so please take a look at all these sagisag panulat ng mga Pilipinong manunulat. Lumalabas din po ito sa LET. So make sure that you have a copy of this. Now, malimit po sa nagiging tanong at nagiging confused ang mga students is between Jose de la Cruz at Jose Corazon de Jesus. Ang nagiging question po sa LET ay sino ang kilalang Joseng Sisiw? Okay, sino ang kilala sa palayo na Joseng Sisiw? So your answer there should be Jose de la Cruz and not Jose Corazon de Jesus. Okay, so make sure that you know the difference between them. All right, so we proceed to more of our sagisag panulat. Okay, we also have Emilio Jacinto, Dimasilaw, Pinkian, Nick Joaquin, Quijano de Manila. Lumalabas din malimit sa LET si Nick Joaquin. Okay, so make sure that you know him. Graciano Lopez Haina, Antonio Luna, Taga-Ilog, Virgilio Almario, also known as Rio Alma. Okay, so make sure that you take note of this. Ito ay kadalasan ding lumalabas sa LET, Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Yung question po sa LET is, alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi naging sagisag panulat ni Marcelo H. Del Pilar? So, of course, yung answer nyo ay hindi Plaridel, hindi Dolores Manapat, hindi Piping Dilat, at hindi Siling Labuyo. Okay? Alright, so again, please take screenshots, if you may. Alright, we go to the next slide. All right, we have more sa Gisag Panulat, Severino Reyes, Lola Basyang, siya ay tinaguri ang ama ng maikling kwento no, sa Filipino. Fernando Maria Guerrero, nandyan na. Amado Hernandez, Juan Luna, Apolinario Mabine, Jose Palma, Jose Maria Panganiban is Jomapa, Pascual Poblete, Anak Bayan, Mariano Ponce. Ito po ay lumalabas din sa LET. Yung tanong ay pareho din sa MH Del Pilar. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi sa Gisag Panulat ni Mariano Ponce? Okay, so dapat yung choice nyo ay hindi Nanding, hindi Tikbalang, hindi Kalipulako. Jose Garcia Villa is one of the most notable authors that we have in English. So, lumalabas din ito sa LET, tinatanong kayo ng LET kung ano yung sa Gisag Panulat, ano yung pen name ni Jose Garcia Villa. So, your answer would be Dove Cleon. Nagtatanong din minsan ng LET kung sino ang pinakatanyag na manunulat sa Ingles sa mga Filipino. So, your answer would be Jose Garcia Villa, if that's the question. All right, now we move on to the next question that we have. Okay, number 10, this is social studies. The housing program for all these years failed because, is it letter A, squatters are spoiled by politicians? Letter B, squatters rent or sell their allotted houses to merchant. Letter C, squatters return to the squatters area. Letter D, squatters return in their form of livelihood. What do you think is the correct answer for number 10? All right. Just keep your answers coming. Is it letter C? Squatters return to the squatters area. Tandaan po natin yung question is the housing program failed because, meaning is binibigyan yung mga squatters natin ng mga pabahay. Okay, so this failed because, ano kaya yung tamang sagot? Okay, so some of you are choosing letter D, some are choosing letter B, there's letter A. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 10? Let's take a look at the answer. Number 10, the housing program for all these years failed because the correct answer here would be letter B. Squatters rent or sell their allotted houses to merchants. So ginagawa po nilang negosyo ang kanilang mga pabahay. Kahit na binigyan na sila ng bahay na komportable ng gobyerno, ay binibenta po nila ito or pinaparentahan at bumabalik sila sa kung saan nila gustong manirahan. Okay, so letter B is the correct answer for number 10. Okay, so that's the correct answer. We go to number 11. Squatters, according to law, cannot be ejected from their present places of residence unless, okay, so hindi dapat pinapalayas ang mga squatters sa kanilang residence ngayon unless, letter A, they are given disturbance fees, binabayaran. Letter B, they are assured a place to go, may mapupuntahan na sila, may malilipatan. Letter C, there is livelihood in the relocation place, may pagkakakitaan sila sa kanilang relocation place, so meron silang trabaho. Letter D, both B and C. Okay, letter D, both B and C. Now, another tip, when you take the LET, ubusin nyo pong basahin lahat ng choices. Kahit po tama yung letter A, wag nyo pong i-circle kaagad yung letter A. Ubusin nyo munang basahin lahat ng choices dahil baka yung letter B ay tama din, yung letter C ay tama din, at yung letter D mo pa ay nagsasabing all of the above. Okay, so when that happens, of course, your answer should be letter D. So again, another tip when taking the LET, read all of the questions and also all of the choices first before you pick your choice. Okay, so many of you for number 11 are saying that the answer is letter D, and you are correct. Okay, letter D, both B and C. So they are assured a place to go and there is livelihood in the relocation place. So dapat meron na silang malilipatan at meron silang trabaho sa kanilang malilipatan. Now let's take a look at the slide that we have here. This is based on our A7279. which is also called the Lina Law dahil yung author po ng law na to was the former Senator Jose or Joey Lina, kaya po siya tinatawag informally na Lina Law. Sabi dito ng RA 7279, the government should uplift the conditions of the underprivileged and homeless citizens in urban areas and in resettlement areas by making available to them decent housing at affordable cost, basic services, and employment opportunities. Okay, so again, this is RA 7279, which is also known informally as the Lina Law dahil nga yung author niya was the former Senator Joey Lina. Okay, we go to the next slide. Next question. Oh, this is math. Number 12, what is 9 minus 3 divided by 1/3 plus 1? Okay, again, this is 9 minus 3 divided by 1/3 plus 1. Is it A, 3, B, 9, C, 1, or D, 7? Well, as you may have already known, bawal na po yung calculator sa LET. So that means it has a bad side and it has a good side. That means you cannot use a calculator anymore. But the good side, of course, that means hindi na masyadong mahirap yung mga math questions. Yung mga kaya nyo na lang isolve, might be mentally or might be manually. Okay, so isa nga sa mga sample natin dito is 9 minus 3 divided by 1/3 plus 1. Ano kaya ang ating correct answer? Okay. Ito ay nauso a while ago, a few months ago, nauso itong mga klase ng tanong na ito sa Facebook, no? Kung kayo po ay avid user din ng Facebook, nauso po ito. At ito po yung tinatawag nating order of operations. Ano bang inuuna natin? Inuuna ba natin yung subtraction? Is it division that we start with? Is it multiplication or is it addition? Or mas inuuna ba natin yung mga nakagrupo? Inuuna ba natin yung exponents? Okay, so what do you think is the correct answer for this one? Again, please try to answer. Even if your answer is wrong, that's fine. There's no harm in that. There's no harm in making mistakes. Don't be afraid of making mistakes because that's how we all learn. Okay, so again, please make sure that you participate, you engage in our discussion. Okay, so again, your equation here is 9 minus 3 divided by 1/3 plus 1. So again, as I've mentioned, ito po yung tinatawag nating order of operations o tinatawag po nating MDAS. MDAS here po would stand for multiply, divide, add, and subtract. So multiply and divide from left to right, uunahin muna. And add, pagkatapos ng multiply and divide would be add and subtract. Ngayon po, meron na siyang mga variations, tinatawag na siyang PEMDAS ngayon. PEMDAS here would stand for parenthesis. So, unahin natin yung mga numbers na nasa parenthesis. Exponents, alam naman po ninyo kung ano yung exponents, yung mga power, squared, cube, okay, so those are your exponents. Then you go with your multiply, divide, then the last one would be add and subtract from left to right. Now, there's also another variation which is GEMDAS. GEMDAS naman, G here would stand for group. Okay, dahil hindi po, minsan ay hindi lamang parentheses, meron ding mga nasa brackets. Okay, so group, exponent, then multiply, divide from left to right, then add and subtract from left to right. So sa inyo pong nakikita sa ating given question here, wala naman tayong grupo. There's no parentheses, there's no group, there's no exponent. We're only given subtraction, then there's division, then there's addition. Okay, so we take a look at our mathematical equation here again. That's 9 minus 3 divided by 1/3 plus 1. So we have our division here. That's 3 divided by 1/3. So that means ito po yung ating uunahin. Now we know that when you are dividing fraction or a fraction with a certain number, all you need to do is to multiply that number with the reciprocal of your fraction. So kukunin po natin yung reciprocal ng ating fraction. If it's 1/3, ang sinasabi po natin reciprocal, yung numerator po niya ay magiging denominator, yung denominator naman po niya ang magiging numerator natin. So that means ang reciprocal ng ating 1/3 would be 3. Okay? Because yung 3 ang magiging numerator, ang ating denominator ay magiging 1. Okay? So that means we multiply 3 by the reciprocal of 1/3, which is 3. Okay? So yung ating equation ay magiging 9 minus 3 multiplied by 3. 3 na po, and multiplication na dahil nga kinuha natin yung reciprocal ng ating 1/3. And we multiplied 3 by it instead of dividing it. Okay, so your mathematical equation now is 9 minus 3 times 3 plus 1. So again, following MDAS, mauuna pa rin po itong multiplication. So that means we multiply 3 by 3 first. So your math equation now is going to become 9 minus 9. Saan po natin kinuha yung 9? Kinuha po natin siya sa 3 times 3. Okay, so negative 3 times positive 3, that gives us negative 9. Then, kopyahin lang po natin nasa likod, that's plus 1. All right, now we are left with just subtraction and addition. So, sinasabi dito, subtraction and addition po ay in the same level. They're on the same level from left to right. So, that means uunahin natin from left, then going to the direction of your right. So, 9 minus 9, that's gonna be 0. Then, you are left with 1. So, the correct answer there would be 1. So that means correct answer for number 12 is letter C, 1. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, tama po kayo. Letter C, 1 is the correct answer. Okay, we go to number 13. This is still in math. A rectangular tank is 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide and 1 meter deep. If you fill the said tank half full, how many cubic meters will it have? Okay, is it 1 cubic meters? Letter B, 1.5 cubic meters. Letter C, 1.6 cubic meters. Or letter D, 3 cubic meters. Okay, ano po kaya yung tamang sagot natin sa number 13? Meron kayong tangke na yung haba niya is 2 meters, yung lapad niya is 1.5, and yung depth niya, kung gaano siya kalalim, is 1 meter. So if you fill the said tank half full, how many cubic meters will it have? Now, if you are going to represent this, so again, we have a tank 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and your depth would be 1 meter. Your question actually sounds complicated, but it is not. This is just asking us for the volume. Okay, so alam naman natin, for you to solve the volume, you simply multiply everything. So multiply the length times the width times the height or the depth. Okay, so just multiply 2 meters by 1.5 by 1. So as you know, any number multiplied by 1, the answer would just be that number. So 2 multiplied by 2 is 1. So is 2, I mean. So 2 times 1 is 2. Then you have 2 multiplied by 1.5. That would be your answer. Okay, so 2 multiplied by 1.5. Okay, the correct answer here would be letter D, 3. Okay, so again, do not worry. So some of you are saying you don't know how to solve this. This is actually just taking the volume. So taking the volume would just be length times width times height. Okay, so just multiply the 3 numbers that we have there. So 2 times 1, that gives us 2. Then we have 2 multiplied by 1.5. That's why your answer here would be 3 cubic meters. Okay, so 3 po is the correct answer. All right, that ends our 13th question. We go to question number 14, still in math. A traveler was helped by other passengers for the extra weight of 112 kilograms. There were 3 travelers who gave their allotment of 25 kilograms. How much extra weight will he still have to pay? Okay, so meron kang traveler na meron siyang extra baggage or excess baggage of 112 kilograms. Meron nag-alok sa kanya, may 3 travelers na nag-alok sa kanya ng kanilang allotment na 25 kilograms. So how much pa yung extra weight na kailangan niyang bayaran? Okay, so yan po yung ating question for number 14. Again, in math, wag po kayong panghinaan. Do not get intimidated by the question. Sometimes you might feel like the question is very difficult to answer, but if you try to analyze the question, madali lang po siya. Okay, so elementary lang po yung processes, yung operations po niya is masyadong madali lamang. Okay, so in this case, meron po siyang 112 kilograms na excess baggage at may nag-offer na 3 travelers to give her 25 kilograms of their, or to give him 25 kilograms of their excess baggage. So what happens is that we multiply 3 by 25, so we can get the allotment, the total allotment na in-offer sa kanya na pwede niyang gamitin. Okay, so 3 multiplied by 25 would be 75 kilograms. So yan po yung nakaltas na sa kanyang excess baggage. So that means kukunin natin from 112 ngayon yung extra baggage pa na kailangan niyang bayaran pagkatapos na makuha niya yung baggage nga ng tatlong tao na 75. So what we do is we simply subtract 112 minus 75 kilograms. That would give you 37 kilograms. Okay? So tama po kayo. That would be letter A. Oops, why is this? Dapat letter A lang po yan. Yung ating correct answer is letter A. Naka-highlight po lahat. So bibilugan ko na lamang. Okay? So letter A is the correct answer. That's 37 kilograms. So again, you simply multiply 3 by the 25 kilograms. You get the product of 75. Then you subtract that product from the original weight that he has in excess. So the correct answer would be 37 kilograms. Okay, now we go to the next question. Number 15. This is still in math. A policeman caught a pusher carrying prohibited drugs. Each package weighed 12 kilograms. 10 and 1/8 kilograms, 11 and 3/4 kilograms, and 8 kilograms. Give the total weight of the confiscated drugs. Okay, so very easy. This is just addition. Okay, so kailangan nyo lang po makuha yung sum ng 12, 10 and 1/8, 11 and 3/4, and 8 kilograms. So how much do you think would be the correct answer? Okay. Sir Ram, can you please turn on the air condition? Thank you. All right. Please send your answers po. Okay, any answer for number 15? Wala pa akong nakikitang answer for number 15. Sabi ni Ma'am Sweet Mansanas, ha, loading. Sir Ram, you are seen in the video. That's my husband. Okay, so some of you are answering now. There's letter C, letter D, letter C. Okay, may letter B. Okay, so again, you only need to add all of the weights that we have here. You can even do this mentally, no? Pwedeng 12, meron kang 12 dito at meron kang 8. You know that 12 plus 8 will be 20. Then meron kang 10 dito, so that's 30. You also have 11 here, so that's 41. So that means you can already eliminate your letter A here. That cannot be the answer because 12 plus 10 plus 8 plus 11, or 12 plus 8 is 20, plus 10 is 30, plus 11 is 41. So these three can be your probable choice. Now, kung titingnan mo, meron kang fractions dito na 3/4 and 1/8. 3/4 is more than half. Okay, so more than half po yung 3/4. So that means we can eliminate letter D. Hindi na po yan yung magiging answer natin. Ito sabi, 3/4 lang. 41 and 3/4. Meron ka pa pong 1/8. So that means hindi din ito ang magiging answer. Which gives us a correct answer as letter C, 41 and 7/8. Okay, so kung inyo pong nakikita, titingnan mo lamang yung iyong mga numbers, makukuha mo na po yung sagot. You don't really have to solve it manually, okay? Tingnan nyo lang po. This is just simple mathematical process, mathematical solution. So the correct answer is letter C, 41 and 7/8 kilogram. Okay, we go to 16. The BIR sold 20,400 documentary stamps at 30 cents per document. She remitted at the end of the day 5,800. What is left with the seller? Okay, so nakabenta siya ng 20,400 na documentary stamps at kada stamp ay nagkakahalaga ng 30 cents. At the end of the day ay nagremit siya ng 5,800. So magkano po kaya yung or what amount was left with the seller. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to try to answer our question. Okay, is it letter C, D, 320? Okay. Some of you might still be computing. Letter D, letter D. Many of you are sending your answer as letter D. Okay, let's take a look at our answer po. So again, 20,400 documentary stamps. Kada stamp is 30 cents. So what we do is we multiply 20,400 by 30 cents first para makuha natin yung total na pinagbentahan niya, no? Okay, so that's 20,400 multiplied by 0.3, which gives us 6,120. Now, sinasabi dito sa ating question na nirimit niya yung 5,800. So, yung mangyayari, isasubtract natin from 6,120 yung ating nirimit na 5,800 para makuha natin kung ano pa yung amount na naiwan sa kanya. So, that's 6,120 minus 5,800. So, the correct answer would be letter D, 320. Okay, so 320 pesos po ang naiwan sa kanya. All right, we go to number 17. Number 17, rural families do not believe in limiting the number of children since they argue that this is in social studies. Okay, go ahead and please answer the question. Is it letter A big family is always happy and economically advantageous? Letter B, having more children means more helping hands. Letter C, God does the limiting of children, not man. Letter D, a small family is not ideal for farmers who own animals and work on a wide piece of land. Okay? Ano nga ba yung ating tamang sagot dito? Okay, many of you are answering. Is it B, D, B, B, B? Okay. So again, sinasabing rural families, yung mga nasa bukid, do not believe in limiting the number of children since they argue that the correct answer here would be letter B. Having more children means more helping hands. Maraming anak, maraming katulong sa bukid. Okay? You cannot say a big family is always happy. Hindi naman palagi na pag malaki ang inyong pamilya is always happy kayo. God does the limiting of children, not men. Letter D cannot also be your correct answer. A small family is not ideal for farmers who own animals. Yung wrong part dito would be who own animals and work on a piece of land because we don't really know if they own animals. Okay, so your answer would be letter B. Having more children means more helping hands. Okay, so that's for number 17. We go to number 18. Mosquitoes have been identified of having caused illness among children bitten in the morning. This fever is, okay, I know this is all very familiar to you. Is it malaria, asthma, dengue, diarrhea? What's the correct answer? Okay, number 18. Ano po yung tamang sagot dito? Keep your answers coming. Okay, so many of you are picking letter C, dengue fever. Asthma, of course, is not caused by mosquitoes. Diarrhea is also not caused by mosquitoes. So we're just left with malaria and dengue. And of course, the correct answer would be dengue. Pareho po silang caused by mosquitoes. Yung kaibahan lang po, dengue fever is caused by Aedes mosquitoes. Okay, so Aedes mosquitoes po ang nagdadala sa atin ng dengue. Makikita nyo pong Aedes mosquitoes because may stripes po yung kanilang paa. Okay, so yung paa nila ay may stripes. Yung malaria mo naman ay caused by Culex mosquito. So please take note of that. Sometimes kung hindi dengue yung lalabas sa let, ang lalabas ay malaria. So make sure that you know the difference. Aedes mosquitoes would cause dengue. May dalawang species po ng Aedes mosquitoes, Aedes albopictus and the Aedes aegypti. Pareho po sila nagkukos ng dengue. And yung malaria naman po ay cause ng Culex mosquitoes. Culex mosquito po. Now, we know that only female mosquitoes are biting. So mga babae lamang po ng mga lamok yung nangangagat. Yung mga lalaki po, yung source of nourishment nila is through the nectars of the flowers. Yung mga babae ay nangangagat dahil kailangan nila ng blood, ng human blood, for them to make their eggs. Okay, so babae lamang po yung nangangagat sa ating mga mosquito. So pag kinagat kayo ng mosquito, pag kinagat kayo ng lamok, babae po yun, di po yun lalaki. Okay, so again for number 18, letter C, dengue is the correct answer. Now we go to 19. Okay, we're going back to math. 2 times a certain number added to 30 gives the same result as 3 times the same number subtracted from 90. What is the number? Okay, I'm going to give you a few minutes to answer that, maybe 2 minutes. All right, so again, please try to answer question number 19. People, we are reviewing, and when you are in your review centers, you're also doing this. So make sure that you try to answer too. All right. Again, going back to question number 19, what do you think is the correct answer? Again, the question is 2 times a certain number added to 30 gives the same result as 3 times the same number subtracted from 90. What is the number? Okay, so we go back to our sentence here. 2 times a certain number. So if we are going to let x as our number, when you say 2 times a certain number, that would be 2x plus 30, because sabi is added to 30. So 2x added to 30. So that's 2x plus 30 is the same or gives the same result, that's the equal sign here, as 3 times the same number. 3 times the same number is right here, 3x, subtracted from, okay, subtracted from 90. So that means na uuna po yung 90, okay? So 90 minus 3x, okay? So if you have this, make sure that you combine like terms. Lahat po ng may mga x ay ilipat po ninyo dito sa kabila. Lahat ng walang x ay ilipat ninyo sa right side. So all of the x's here, ilipat sa left side. Lahat ng mga walang x ay ilipat dito sa right side. Now remember that once you transfer the number to the other side, the sign also changes. Okay, so negative 3x po dito ay magiging positive 3x. So that's why we have 2x plus 3x. 90, your plus 30, pag nilipat mo siya sa kabila, magiging minus 30 siya. Okay, so 90 minus 30. So 2x plus 3x equals 90 minus 30. Then combine like terms. 2x plus 3x would be 5x. 90 minus 30 would be 60. Okay, so we're left with 5x equals 60. Now, for you to get the value of x, you need to divide both sides by 5. Dahil dito po nakamultiply siya by 5. So para makuha natin yung x, kukunin po natin yung x dito by dividing it by 5. Gagamitan po natin siya ng opposite na solution, okay, or na operation. So that would be divided by 5, and this would also be divided by 5. So that would leave us with x equals 60 divided by 5, which gives us the answer of letter D, 12. Okay, so letter D, 12 is the correct answer. Okay, so again, number 19, your correct answer would be letter D, 12. Now we go to number 20. This is still math. A bomb was dropped in an area where rebels were hiding. The perimeter of the damaged area was 480 meters and the width was 15 meters. What was the length of the damaged area? Okay, so you are given the perimeter. The perimeter is 480 meters, and you're also given the width of 15 meters. And you are asked for the length. Okay? So, ilan kaya or gaano kaya kahaba itong damaged area if you are given the perimeter of 480 meters and the width is 15 meters? Okay, please try to answer the question. All right, so many of you are answering D. D. Okay, let's take a look at our computation. So again, you are given the perimeter of 480 meters and the width of 15 meters. You're asked for the length. Now, perimeter po is solved by multiplying 2 to the quantity length plus width. Okay, so 2 multiplied by the quantity length plus width. Now, perimeter is given as 480 meters. That would be equal to 2 times the length, which is unknown, plus 15 meters, which is our width. Okay, so what we do first here is we distribute 2 here. Okay, so i-multiply po natin yung 2 sa mga numbers or mga variables that we have inside the parentheses. So we are given 480 equals 2L. 2L came from 2 times L, so that's 2L. Then we have 2 times 15 meters. That gives us 30 meters, okay? Now, pareho din po ng ating ginawa. Lahat po ng mga may L dito o lahat po ng mga may variable ay ilalagay natin sa isang side at isasama po natin itong walang L, walang variable sa other side. So, we have 480 meters minus 30 meters. Kung inyo pong nakikita, from positive ay magiging negative po yung sign niya. So, that's gonna be 480 meters minus 30 meters equals 2L. Okay, so 480 minus 30, that gives us 450 meters equals 2L. So again, so that we can get the length, or L, we need to divide both sides by 2. Okay, so we divide both sides by 2. That would give us L equals 450 meters divided by 2, which gives us the correct answer, which is letter D, 225 meters. Okay, so letter D po, 225 meters is the correct answer for number 20. All right, we proceed to number 21. The movie Anak portrayed a daughter whose values were affected greatly by, this is in social studies and also in Filipino, you may also consider that. Letter A, the absence of a mother image. Letter B, the peer groups and good society. Letter C, the confusion of a father's role. Or letter D, the economics of an overseas mother. Okay, I'm not sure if you are aware or you are familiar with the movie Anak. Okay, but the question here is about this movie and it portrayed a daughter whose values were affected greatly by. Ano yung naka-apekto sa values ng daughter na to? Okay, so many of you are answering letter A. Okay, now the movie Anak, yung starring po dyan was Vilma Santos and Claudine Barreto played the anak. And it was actually about an OFW mom. Okay, so OFW yung mother niya, wala siyang nanay while she was going through the adolescent stage. So naging rebelde itong anak. So your correct answer here would be letter A. That's correct. The absence of a mother image. Wala po siyang naging mother image while she was growing up. Nangulila siya sa ina, so wala po silang magandang relasyon. Okay? So because of that, her values were affected. Wala pong nag-guide sa kanya. As we all know, mothers as well as fathers are very important in raising a child. Okay? So letter A is the correct answer for number 21. Now we go to number 22. This is still math. What is the product of 4 plus 25? The quantity 4 plus 25 multiplied by the quantity 5 minus 35. Is it letter A, 870, letter B, negative 870, letter C, negative 1,160, letter D, 1,160? Okay? Dami nating math items in this let's set. All right, please try to answer that. Again, the items that we're giving you are all from the previous lab. So make sure na tumutok po kayo. Don't exit, don't stop watching because I am going to be discussing a lot of other things. Not just GenEd, but we are also going to have ProfEd after this. So 50 items GenEd and 50 items ProfEd. So make sure that you stay with us. And of course, you have a chance to win. Okay, so again, we are given the product of the quantity 4 plus 25 multiplied by the quantity 5 minus 35. So again, from our PEMDAS rule, unahin po itong nasa parentheses. So that would be 29 multiplied by negative 30. Okay, so that's gonna give us 29 multiplied by negative 30. Your answer there would be letter B, negative 870. Okay, so negative 870 po ang ating answer for number 22. Okay, we go to number 23. This is in social studies. A Filipino citizen committed a crime in America. He returned to the Philippines afterwards. Can he be asked to return to the States for trial? Is it letter A, no, because he is a Filipino? Letter B, yes, it is covered by an extradition order agreed upon by both countries. Letter C, yes, because he must prove his innocence. Or letter D, yes, because he committed a crime. Okay, so he's a Filipino citizen. He committed a crime in the US and then he went back to the Philippines. Can he be asked to return to the States for trial? Can we say no because he's Filipino? Is it yes because it's covered by extradition? Is it letter C, yes, because he must prove his innocence? Or is it letter D, yes, because he committed a crime? Okay, the correct answer here would be letter B, yes, it is covered by an extradition order agreed upon by both countries. So letter B is the correct answer. Okay, so this is our extradition. Pag sinabi mong extradition, this is a process by which a person accused or convicted of a crime and is formally transferred to a state where he is wanted for trial or to serve his sentence. Okay, so the countries have agreed that you can extradite a person. So even if that person has gone home to his home country, you can send him back to wherever it is that he has committed a crime so that he can be put on trial. So this is what you call extradition. So again, your answer there was letter B. All right, next one. Mag-ingat sa taong halang ang bituka. Ang kahulugan nito ay okay, so meron ka diyang isang idioma, halang ang bituka. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng idiomang ito? Ang kahulugan nito ay letter A, ayos na ayos ang buhay. Letter B, maluba ang sakit ng tao. Letter C, di takot mamatay o makapatay. Letter D, madaling mapikon ang taong ganon. What do you think is the correct answer for number 24? 24 is C. Maraming sumasagot ng C. Many of you are picking letter C as the correct answer for number 24. Okay, of course, the correct answer here sa ating idiomang halang ang bituka, this would be letter D, di takot mamatay o makapatay. One hint that you can have here is the word mag-ingat. Okay, mag-ingat sa taong halang ang bituka. So, sino ba yung mga kailangan nating pag-ingatan? Okay, mag-ingat tayo laban sa mga taong di takot mamatay o makapatay. So, that's letter C. Number 25. Okay, number 25 is also a math question. If A equals B over 5 and 10A equals 14, what is B? Okay, if A equals B over 5 and 10A equals 14, what is B? Okay, please try to answer that using the different equations that we have there. Okay, so again, number 25 is a math question. I'm going to give you some time to answer that. Okay, so some of you are already answering number 25. Some people are saying C, there's B. C, C. Okay, let's take a look at our equations. We are given two equations here. A equals B over 5. The other one is 10A equals 14. All right, now we are asked for letter B. Okay, so hinahanap po natin yung letter B. Pero sabi po dito, A equals B over 5. So yung una po natin gagamitin would be the second equation that we have here. So from the second equation, 10A equals 14, pwede po natin kunin yung ating letter A. So again, for us to get letter A, we need to divide both sides by 10. Okay, so that's why we have our equation here, A equals 14 divided by 10. Okay, so 14 divided by 10, that's letter A. And 14 divided by 10 is 1.4. Okay, so meron na po tayong A. The value for A is 1.4. And it says here, A equals B over 5. So from this equation, from the first equation that we have, pwede din nating makuha ang ating B. Okay, so from the first equation, we know that B equals 5A. For us to get the value of B, we need to multiply both sides by 5 since B here is divided by 5. Okay, so you multiply both sides by 5. That gives us the equation B equals 5A. And we now know the value of A as 1.4. So B then would be 5 multiplied by 1.4, which gives us the correct answer as letter D, 7. Okay, so letter D po ang answer natin for number 25. So D7 is the answer for number 25. Now we go to number 26. In selected regions, English and Filipino are not the languages of instruction. The approach is A, multilingual, B, bilingual, C, monolingual, D, lingua franca. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 26? In selected regions, English and Filipino are not the languages of instruction. So what can be the approach? Is it multilingual, bilingual, monolingual, or lingua franca? 26. Okay, some of you are answering A, others D. Okay, my B, my D. D, A. Okay, let's take a look at our answer here. Now, some of you are choosing letter D as lingua franca. When you say lingua franca po, this means a working language or a bridge language, vehicular language. It is a language systematically used to make communication possible between people not sharing a mother tongue. So kung hindi pareho ang inyong mother tongue, gagamit kayo ng lingua franca. For example, I'm from Iloilo and I meet people from Pangasinan, people from Cebu in Manila. Okay, so since we do not share a mother tongue, we are going to use our lingua franca. In that case, ang ating magiging lingua franca would be Filipino, would be Tagalog. Okay, so that's lingua franca, something that you can use to bridge the gap between your mother tongues dahil nga hindi pareho ang inyong mother tongue. So if you meet some people, kunwari, and you became an OFW and you went to other countries and you meet different people there, if you meet other people from other countries, since you don't have the same language, you are going to use the lingua franca, which is English. So again, lingua franca would be the working language, a language that you can use to bridge the gap between people who do not share the same language or who do not share the same mother tongue. Okay, so now going back to our question here, selected regions, English and Filipino are not the languages of instruction. So do we use our lingua franca? Kung hindi English and Filipino yung ginagamit nila sa region na yon, ano kaya yung magiging approach nila? The correct answer here would be monolingual. That's monolingual, not lingua franca. They will not be using English since English nga yung ating nagiging lingua franca na and hindi din Filipino. So your choice here would be letter C, monolingual. That means they're not using either English or Filipino, they're using their mother tongue. Okay, now we all know that right now, multilingual na yung nagiging approach natin, not just the mother tongue, but also the English and Filipino. So number 26, letter C would be the correct answer. Number 27, what you did will be on you and your children. The line tells of the effect of crime that, is it letter A, crime does not pay? Letter B, revenge will be done easily. Letter C, death will finish all. Letter D, evil will come sooner. Okay, what do you think would be the correct answer for number 27? What you did will be on you and your children. Kung ano yung ginawa mo, ay mananagot ikaw at ang iyong mga anak. Is it crime does not pay? Letter B, revenge will be done easily. Letter C, death will finish all. Or letter D, evil will come sooner. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 27? Many of you are choosing D, evil will come sooner. Okay, so mumultihin kayo, no? Magpapakita sa inyo yung evil. Okay, now the correct answer for number 27 is letter B. Revenge will be done easily. Mananagot ikaw at ang iyong mga anak magkakaroon ng revenge against you. Okay, so what you did will be on you and your children. This is a common question in GenEd English. So correct answer would be letter B. Revenge will be done easily. Okay, so letter B, revenge will be done easily would be the correct answer for number 27. Now we go to number 28. Which of the following statements about atomic structure is not right? This is in science. Letter A, atoms are mostly empty space. Letter B, most of the mass of the atom is concentrated in its nucleus. Letter C, all atoms of the same atomic numbers are atoms of the same elements. Letter D, an atom can gain or lose electrons without changing its charge. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 28? Is it letter A? We are looking for the statement that is not right. Okay, sinabi dito not right about atomic structure. Is it letter A, atoms are mostly empty space? Most of the mass of the atom is concentrated in its nucleus. All atoms of the same atomic numbers are atoms of the same elements. Or letter D, an atom can gain or lose electrons without changing its charge. Okay, many of you are choosing letter A as the correct answer. All right, let's take a look at our slide, the next slide that we have, and let's discuss the 3 subatomic particles. Meron po tayong 3 subatomic particles. Pag sinasabi pong subatomic particles, these are the different parts of the atom. Okay, so yung subatomic particles natin are electrons, protons, and neutrons. As you can see, electron here is colored gray, your proton is colored red, and your neutron is colored blue. Now, they are different in terms of unang-una, magkaiba po yung charge nila. Yung proton nyo po, yung charge na ay positive. Okay, so protons are positively charged, electrons are negatively charged, And neutrons, dahil nga sa pangalan niyang neutron, it is neutral. It has no charge. Now, another difference in their case would be the location. So pag tiningnan mo yung iyong atom, magkaiba din ang kanilang location. Sa nucleus, sa gitna ng iyong atom, yung makikita mo lamang would be your protons and your neutrons. Okay? Only protons and neutrons are those that are found in the nucleus of the atom. Your electrons are not found in the nucleus. The electrons are found in what we call the electron shell, the energy shell. So your electrons are very energized. Yung pag meron pong chemical bonding, it is the electrons that play part in the chemical bonding, hindi po yung protons, hindi po yung neutrons. So electrons are not found in the nucleus, sa gitna ng ating atom. Now, there is also a difference in terms of their mass. Yung proton nyo po at yung neutron, halos magkapareho yung mass. Although, pag titingnan, yung pinaka mabigat sa kanila would be the neutrons. Yung neutrons po yung pinakamabigat sa kanila. But your protons also have mass. Now, your electron is very light. The mass is negligible. So, wala po siya halos ng mass. So, yung nakaka-apekto po, the ones that would affect the mass of your atom would be the proton and the neutron. Now, again, as I have mentioned, whenever there is chemical bonding, whenever the charge of your atom would change, it is the electron that plays part on it. So, for example, in this case, nakikita ninyo, meron tayong dalawang electrons, meron din tayong dalawang protons. So, the charge is -2, and then you also have +2. So, that means your helium atom here is stable. Stable siya, neutral siya, wala siyang charge. Okay, wala siyang charge dahil mayroon siyang dalawang negative, meron din siyang dalawang positive. Pero, pag nawala itong isang electron mo, that means may sobra ka ng isang positive charge. So that means magiging +1 na ang charge ng iyong atom. If you gain another electron here, pag nag-gain ka naman ng another electron, that means dalawa lamang iyong protons, tatlo na ang iyong electron, magiging -1 naman yung charge ng iyong atom. So that means whenever your atoms would lose or would gain electrons, the charge would change. Okay, the charge would change. All right, so we go back to our question. The question again is, which of the following statements about atomic structure is not right? Atoms are mostly empty space. Tama po yan. Sa nakita ninyo, yung nucleus would be at the center of the atom. Sa palibot ng nucleus mo is empty space, and then you have the electrons just flying around it. Most of the mass of the atom is concentrated in its nucleus. That's correct. Protons and neutrons play part in the mass of your atom. All atoms of the same atomic numbers are atoms of the same elements. That's also correct. So your correct answer here, which is not right, it is letter D. An atom can gain or lose electrons without changing its charge. Okay, so that part is wrong. An atom can change or lose electrons without changing its charge. That means whenever your atom loses or gains electrons, nag-change po ang kanyang charge. Okay, so letter D would be the correct answer. Now, I have included another thing here, which is isotopes. Lumalabas din po ito sa LET. Ano nga ba yung isotopes? Pag sinabi pong isotopes, these are atoms of the same element na pareho po yung number of protons, pero iba po yung number of neutrons nila. Okay, so atoms are elements or atoms of the same element that have the same number of protons but different number of neutrons. Okay, so please take note of that. Tumalabas din po yan sa LET. Sometimes the LET would ask you, what are isotopes? Or maybe the LET would give you several elements na pareho yung atomic number nila, pero different yung atomic mass nila. So pag the same yung atomic number, different yung atomic mass, that means isotope sila. The same yung number of protons but different yung number of neutrons nila. Okay, so make sure that you take note of that. Take a screenshot if you may. All right, we go to the next slide. Number 29, still in science, the El Nino phenomenon, which grabbed control of the world's weather machine, is identified by climatologists as A, heavy downpours, tropical storms in some parts of the earth. Letter B, landslides, flash floods, warm air currents. Letter C, lack of rains, drought, and crop failure. Letter D, all of the above. Okay, ano kaya yung answer sa number 29? We're talking about El Nino. Okay, many of you are choosing letter C, lack of rains, drought, crop failure. Some of you are choosing letter D, all of the above. Okay, now we are all very familiar with El Nino phenomenon. Now let's go to our slide. Now, what are some climatic impacts of warm El Nino events? Marami po siyang impacts. In this part of the world po, Latin America, no, it indicates drought. So drought po during that time, El Nino sa Pilipinas, drought. This part of Africa would also have drought. R here indicates high rainfall. Okay, so high rainfall dito, high rainfall dito, high rainfall dito, and dito. And meron ka ding W, which indicates warm period. So iba-iba po yung nagiging effect ng El Nino phenomenon all over the world. So we go back to our question. The question here is asking for the control for the effect of El Nino phenomenon in the world's weather machine. Ito po yung pinaka-hint natin sa ating question. The El Nino phenomenon which grabbed control of the world's weather machine is identified by climatologists as, the correct answer here would be all of the above. Okay, not just letter C, but all of the above. Bakit po? Dahil your question is asking for, or it states, the world weather machine. Now, this is very important. This is a very important question. It is very important for you to note this because there is a variation to this question. Meron po itong variation, meron po itong another type of question na very similar, no? In that question po, sinabi is the El Nino phenomenon grabbed control of the Philippines weather. Pag sinabi lamang po na Pilipinas, then your correct answer would be letter C. Okay, the answer for that case would be letter C. So, but in this case po, sinabi world's weather machine. World's weather machine. Sinasabi ko nga po sa LET, when you're taking the LET, when you're studying for the LET, you need to be very wise, you need to be matanglawin, you need to be maging mapagmatsyag, no? Dahil pag naiba lamang po yung ibang words sa yung question, maiiba din po yung answer mo. Okay, so in this case, since sinabing the world, your answer would be letter D. Pero, pag itong nasa circle dito ay pinalitan ng Philippines, your answer would just be letter C. Okay, so make sure that you know what the correct answer will be based on the tips that you have, based on the words that you have in our question. Okay, next one. Next one, number 30. When the Senate voted, one senator declared, I will take the road less traveled and be condemned if necessary. The decision shows, letter A, regrets come after decisions. Regrets come before the decisions. Letter C, decisions are made by one on crossroads. Letter D, decisions are made despite the difference from the majority. Okay, the Senate voted. One senator declared, I will take the road less traveled and be condemned if necessary. Okay, so what does this show? This is in English. Regrets come after the decisions. Regrets come before the decisions. Decisions are made by one on crossroads. Or letter D, decisions are made despite the difference from the majority. Okay, we are going to have our checkpoint very soon, so make sure that you are still with me so that you can join our raffle. Okay, the correct answer for number 30 would be letter D. Decisions are made despite the difference from the majority. Okay, so 30, that's letter D. Letter D is correct. Okay, number 31. Identical forces act upon two objects. What is the mass of the first object if its acceleration is twice that of the second object? This is in science, it's part of physics. Is it letter A, twice of the second object? Letter B, constant. Letter C, 1/2 of the second object. Letter D, equal to the second object. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 31? Okay, some of you are answering D, others answer A, B, D, A, C, A. Okay, so iba-iba yung answer nyo for number 31. Now, before we go to the answer, let me show you several slides first. Of course, this is based upon Newton's laws of motion. Newton, Sir Isaac Newton, a very short man. It was said that he was just 4'11", never been kissed, never been touched, never had a girlfriend, died a virgin. Okay, so his life was very sad. But he is, of course, one of the most famous scientists that we have. He had given us a very important law, which is the laws of motion. Now, according to Newton's laws of motion, meron po siyang tatlong laws of motion. Okay, law number 1 is also called the law of inertia. Okay, law of inertia. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this, kung naaalala nyo pa sa inyong physics when you were in high school. I'm not sure if you've had NATSI when you were in college. Okay, so law number 1, according to Newton's laws of motion, law number 1 is also called the law of inertia. Ang inertia po, pag sinabi ng inertia, this is the tendency of the body to resist change in motion. Yung body po natin ay may tendency na i-resist ang change in motion. So kung ang isang bottled water po, for example, ay nakapatong lamang sa isang mesa, pag walang external force na gagalaw sa basong yan or sa bottled water na yan, ay hindi po siya gagalaw dahil meron po siyang inertia. Meron po siyang tendency to resist motion. So sinasabi ng law number 1 natin, a body at rest will remain at rest and a body in motion will remain in motion unless it is acted upon by an external force. Okay? So kung wala pong mag-a-act na force dito, hindi po siya gagalaw. Kung ang isang body ay in motion, it will remain in motion unless may external force na magsa-stop sa kanya. In some cases, it might be gravity. In other cases, it might be friction. So that's inertia, the tendency of our body to resist the change in motion. Now, there are so many questions in the LET about inertia. One common question in the LET about inertia is, you are always using the seat belt when you're using your car or when you are in a moving vehicle. Why is this so? Okay, why is this so? Or yung question din, meron din question na, what happens to your body when the driver suddenly starts the car? Ano bang nangyayari sa ating katawan pag nasa loob tayo ng kotse, nasa loob kayo ng Grab, for example, or Uber, for example, and the driver starts to move the car? What happens to your body? Your body in that case would have the tendency to move backwards. When you are in a moving car naman, and the driver brakes, okay, when the driver steps on the brake, what happens to your body? Pag nasa moving car ka naman at nag-apply ng brakes yung driver, what happens to your body is that it moves forward. Bakit? It is because of inertia. The answer there would be inertia dahil yung body mo has the tendency to resist motion. So habang nakaupo ka lamang sa isang car, habang hindi pa siya nag-move, your tendency ng body mo is to resist motion. Ayaw niyang mag-move. Kaya nung in-start ng car in-start ng driver yung car, yung body mo would have the tendency to move backwards pa. Ayaw pa niyang mag-move. That's inertia. Now while your body is already in a moving car, once the driver stepped on the brake, yung body mo naman has still the tendency to continue moving. So that's why once the driver steps on the brake, your body is still moving forward. That's the law of inertia. And that is Newton's first law. So commonly, nakikita po natin ito sa car. When you are in a car, that's the reason why we need to put on or we need to wear our seat belts. Now, law number 2 is also called the law of acceleration. So ayan po, law of acceleration, itong law number 2. Yung atin pong equation dito is F equals ma. F po is force. Force equals mass times acceleration. Ibig sabihin lamang nitong law of acceleration natin, kung mas malaki ang object, mas malaki ding puwersa dapat yung gagamitin mo para mag-accelerate siya. For example, meron kang truck at meron kang toy car. Okay, if you want both of them to have the same acceleration, pareho yung magiging tulin na kanilang takbo, of course, mas magiging malaki yung force na i-exert mo sa iyong truck kesa sa iyong toy car. Okay, so that's the law of acceleration, which is force equals m times a. So mas malaki, mas mabigat, mas mabagal yung movement niya. Pag mas pag less yung mass niya, mas magiging mabilis yung acceleration niya. That's the law of acceleration. Now, law number 3 is called the law of action-reaction. Sometimes this is also called the law of interaction. This is also very common in the LET. Sinasabi dito ng law of action-reaction mo, for every action, there is an interaction. May reaction always. There is always a reaction which is equal in magnitude of force. So equal siya in the amount of force, but opposite siya in direction. So again, sa kada action, sa kada force na ini-exert mo, merong reaction force that will be equal in the amount of force in newtons, but the direction will be opposite. Ito po yung nakikita natin kung bakit si Manny Pacquiao, for example, Senator Manny Pacquiao, when he was still very active in boxing, I don't know when his next match will be, when he was still very active in boxing, and then kung napapatumba ni Manny Pacquiao yung kanyang opponent, for example, napapatumba niya dahil nga malakas yung suntok niya, pambansang kamao niya, pagkatapos ng fight, magadin yung kanyang kamao. Bakit? Dahil nga sa law number 3, which is the law of action-reaction, law of interaction natin. Pag nag-e-exert siya ng effort ng 1,000 newtons sa face ng kanyang kalaban, sa mukha ng kanyang kalaban, ay nag-e-exert din ang mukha ng kanyang kalaban ng 1,000 newtons. The same amount of force, pero opposite yung direction. That's the law of action-reaction. Now, common question in the LET about law of action-reaction would be, you are, for example, the question would be, you are on a farm and you are watching the birds. You can see that the bird is pushing the air particles downwards. In effect, the body of the bird is pushed upwards. What law of motion is this according to Isaac Newton? Your answer there would be law number 3, the law of action-reaction. Okay, so opposite movement. Ito din po yung nangyayari if we are swimming. If we're swimming, we are pushing the water backwards, and in effect, our body is pushed forward. Ito din po yung nangyayari sa mga space rockets. Common question ito sa LET. The space rockets would move upwards as the gas fumes are downwards. Okay, so what law of motion is this according to Isaac Newton? Your answer would be law number 3. Okay, so again, these are the 3 laws of motion according to Newton. The first law is inertia, the tendency of a body to resist change. It will remain at rest or not moving unless there is an external force that acts upon it. It will remain in motion unless there is an external force that acts upon it. The law of acceleration, law number 2, the bigger the mass, the bigger is the force that you need to accelerate an object. Law number 3, for every action, there is always a reaction that is equal in magnitude of force, but opposite in direction. Okay, now going back to your question here, sinabi identical forces act upon 2 objects. What is the mass of the first object if its acceleration is twice that of the second object? So actually, our question here is based on the second law of motion, which is the law of acceleration. So again, sa law of acceleration nga, sinasabi, force equals mass times acceleration. Sinabi nga natin, mas mataas yung mass, mas mahina yung acceleration. So that means opposite or inverse relationship meron yung mass and acceleration. Now, sinabi ng question mo, what is the mass of the first object? If its acceleration is twice of that second object, of the second object. Yung acceleration niya is twice. Mas mabilis siya 2 times kesa sa first object. So what do you think would be the mass of that object? Okay, so nakikita natin dito, acceleration will be force divided by mass. So if you double the acceleration, kagaya nga yung nasa question natin, pag twice yung acceleration niya, mas matulin siya 2 times. That means 1/2 lamang yung mass niya. Okay, half lamang ng mass ng first object, yung mass na meron siya. So your answer here would be letter C, since mass and acceleration nga have mass and acceleration have inverse relationship. Okay, so make sure that you know this. These are all very common questions in the LET. Your laws of motion according to Sir Isaac Newton. All right, now we go to number 32. A certain number doubled and increased by 10 is 14. What is the number? Okay, pinupurga po tayo ng math. Ayan na naman yung math. Question number 32 is still a math question. A certain number doubled and increased by 10 is 14. What is the number? Okay, some of you are answering already. Number 32, sinabi ni Ma'am Dea, 32C, Ma'am Checky, Sir Marlon, C. Okay, Ma'am Irene, Ma'am Gemaline, Ma'am Clays. Is it ma'am or sir? Ma'am Chris Stephanie, Sir Napoleon, Ma'am Christina, Ma'am Sina, Ma'am Nestle, Ma'am Lyra. Okay, lahat kayo letter C. That's the correct answer. Okay, let X be the number. Sabi dito, the number is doubled and increased by 10. So we write 2X because it's doubled and increased by 10. So we write plus 10. And it equals 14. Okay, so again, we transfer 10 to the other side. That would give us 2x equals 14 minus 10. 2x would be 4. 14 minus 10 is 4. To get the value of x, we divide both sides by 2. Okay, so x equals 4 divided by 2. And of course, that would give us the correct answer of 2. Okay, so tama kayong lahat. Very good, students. You're all very smart, very good. Congratulations, you got the correct answer for number 32. Okay, we go to number 33. Classes in science follow the scientific procedure. What step in the scientific method or in the method follow the definition of the problem? Is it gather results, formulate hypothesis, state generalization, or draw conclusion? Okay, this is very easy. This is one of the most common first topics that we have in science. Mostly, no, pag nag-start yung klase, science ka agad is scientific method. Okay, so the question is just asking you, what step follows the definition of the problem? Ano ba yung step pagkatapos ng definition of the problem? Is it to gather results, to formulate hypothesis, to state generalization, or to letter D, draw conclusion? Okay, Ma'am Chris Stephanie, Ma'am Buenafe, Ma'am Gemaline, Sir Kingray, Sir Ion Shuk the third, Sir or Ma'am, Ma'am Lucilyn, Ma'am Sina, Ma'am Dea, all of you are answering letter B. Okay, and that's the correct answer. It is to formulate your hypothesis. All right, so this is your scientific method. The first step, of course, is to ask a question, ask a scientific question. Then you do some research. Okay, so you may observe. Of course, when you say observation, you use your 5 senses. Of course, doing research is not part of our choices a while ago. Now, number 3 is to form a hypothesis. So when you say hypothesis, this is an educated guess. Okay, educated guess is an hypothesis. Then after that, you test your hypothesis through experimentation. Okay, so you conduct an experiment based on your hypothesis. The main reason why we conduct experiments is to check whether your hypothesis is true or not, whether your hypothesis is correct or not. Then after that, you gather your results, you analyze your data, then you draw your conclusions. So again, your answer there would be letter D. It is to letter B, it is to make your or formulate your hypothesis. Okay, number 34. Health authorities get frustrated with their health campaigns when people are influenced by superstition. Which of the following is not a superstition? Letter A, bad luck happens while traveling and a black cat crosses your path. 7 years of bad luck accompany incidents of broken mirrors. Letter C, a visitor is expected when a fork or spoon falls. Letter D, the moon gets directly in the path of the sun's light, causing an eclipse. Okay, so bilang Pilipino, usong-uso po sa atin itong mga superstitious beliefs. We are all very fond of superstitious beliefs. Which of the following is not a superstition? Alin dito ang hindi pa mahiin? Is it letter A, bad luck happens when traveling and a black cat crosses your path? Pag merong itim na pusa na mag-cross sa path mo. Letter B, if you break a mirror, then you are going to have 7 years of bad luck. Letter C, a visitor is expected when a fork or spoon falls. Diba? Pag nahulog yung ating mga kubiertos, yung kutsara, tsaka yung tinidor, sinasabi natin may darating na bisita. Letter D, the moon get directly in the path of the sun, of the sun's light, causing an eclipse. Okay, I think it's pretty obvious. The correct answer would be letter D. The moon get directly in the path of the sun, causing an eclipse. Now, we have 2 types of eclipse, lunar eclipse and solar eclipse. If you want to know the difference, I will not go into details anymore because we have a separate video on this. So just make sure that you check that video because eclipses are also one of the most favorite discussion topics are one of the most favorite topics of the LET. So make sure that you check our video on lunar eclipse and solar eclipse. That's already part of our playlist on GenEd. Okay, next one. The campaign against dengue is most effective if letter A, biodegradable wastes are kept in plastic bags. Letter B, surroundings are free from stagnant water. Letter C, water container is open to gather rains. Letter D, old tires are thrown in empty backyard. Okay, so andito ang magiging effective or makakatulong na maging effective yung campaign natin against dengue. Okay, many are answering letter B. Ma'am Dea, Ma'am Checky, Ma'am Christina, Sir Clays or Ma'am Clays, Ma'am Lyra, Sir Nestor. Okay, a lot of you are answering letter B, and that is the correct answer. Of course, we know that stagnant water po ang breeding ground ng ating mga mosquito. And of course, prevention is better than cure. So it is good for you to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes, better for you to prevent it than to cure it. Okay, so number 35, letter B is the correct answer. Number 36. Okay, this is in math. If you were converting the height of your room for better ventilation, what would 1.6 or 1.60 meters be equivalent to? Is it letter A, 16 centimeters? Letter B, 1,600 centimeters? Letter C, 160 centimeters? Or letter D, 1.6 centimeters? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 36? This is math. This is conversion from meters to centimeters. Okay, some of you are answering B, others are answering C, B, B, D. Okay, let's take a look at our answer. Now, it's actually very easy to convert between your metric units. You can just use this mnemonic. If you haven't watched our video on this yet, meron po tayong din video sa playlist natin na GenEd, which is metric conversion using the metric units. It's very easy. Doon po tuturuan kayo, no? Tinuruan ko po kayo doon kung paano mag-use ng ating mnemonics dito. This is our mnemonics. Usually would just use King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. Okay, again, that's King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. And this would all represent your units, your prefixes for your metric units. So this is kilo, hecto, deca. Do not be confused with the capital letter D and the small letter d. Okay, the capital letter D is deca. The small letter d is deci. C here would be centi. And M would be milli. Okay, so these are all the prefixes in your metric units. Now, B here is the base. Ibig sabihin, pag base, hindi dalawa yung letters niya dito. This one kasi is not a base, that's centimeter. O yung base mo would just be meter. Okay, liter, second, gram. These are your base units. Okay, so these are all your base units. Now, if you are using these mnemonics, it is actually very easy for you to convert from one metric unit to another. You just use our slider here. It just move from left to right, right to left, and then you just move the decimal point. So in this case, we are given 1.60 meter, and we know that 1.60 is a base unit. Base po siya dahil nga sabi ko, hindi dalawa o wala siyang dalawang letters here, isa lamang yung letters sa kanyang unit. So that's a base unit, 1.60. And we want to convert this to centimeters. So this is your base unit here. Manggagaling ka dito because 160 meter is a base unit. And we are going to convert this to centi. So that means we just need to move once, twice, two times to your right. So yung mangyayari, gagamitin mo lamang is you move your decimal point from the base unit, since we are given meter, to centi. So just move the decimal point once, twice to the right. So from 1.6 meters, i-move mo po tong decimal point mo twice then to your right. So 1, 60. You supply a 0 here since there should still be a space. Okay, so your answer there would be letter C, 160 centimeters. Again, if you haven't watched our video yet on unit conversion, make sure that you watch it. It's gonna help you in your converting the metric units. It's very easy. You can find it in our playlist for GenEd. Okay, so that's 160. You don't need to multiply it. Okay, you don't need to multiply. You don't need to divide. You only need to move the decimal point from the left to the right or from the right to the left, depending on your unit. Okay, so tingnan nyo po yung unit conversion natin na video sa ating playlist na GenEd. All right, number 37. A picture 10 centimeters by 8.5 centimeters is mounted on a piece of hard cardboard. If there is a margin of 2.5 centimeters around the picture, what is the perimeter of the cardboard used? Okay, this is in math. We are looking for the perimeter. Again, you know that the perimeter is 2 multiplied by the quantity length plus width. Okay, we are asked for the perimeter. If you are going to represent our equation here, our problem here, this would be a representation. So yung picture mo is 10 centimeters by 8 centimeters. That's the dimension of your picture. Tapos, nakapatong siya. It is mounted on a piece of cardboard. Yung margin is 2.5. So 2.5 here, 2.5 here, 2.5 din dito, 2.5 din dito. So that means you need to add 2.5 to your measurements here. Sa length mo, tsaka sa width mo, you need to add 2.5. Okay, so trying to solve that would be perimeter equals 2 multiplied by the quantity length plus width. And perimeter equals 2 times the quantity 12.5. Saan po nanggaling yung 12.5? That's from 10 plus 2.5, okay? Because we need to add the edge, which is 2.5. So 10 plus 2.5 is 12.5 plus 8.5 plus 2.5, that's also going to give us 11, okay? So that's why our dimensions here are 12.5 and 11. So 8.5 plus 2.5 give us 11, okay? So that's our dimensions now. So P here equals 2 times 23.5. Okay, so 2 times 23.5, your answer would just be 47 centimeters. Okay, so number 37, your answer is letter A, 47. Okay, so 47 po, not 37. Many of you are answering letter C, but the correct answer is letter A. So tingnan nyo po, lahat dapat ay may 2.5. Lahat yan ay may 2.5. Okay? Okay, so now we go to number 38. A child has 3 3/4 pizza pie. If she serves 2 1/4 of his pie to her cousins, how many of the parts will be left? Okay, this is very simple. This is just subtraction. I believe you can just do this mentally. It's very easy. All right, please stay with me. We are going to take a break after the 50th item. Okay, so after the 50 items po, we are going to take a break. I will be asking you for a certain thing that you have to do so that mapapabilang kayo sa raffle natin for our checkpoint. That's after the 50th item. Then we'll continue with 51 until 100. 51 to 100, that's all ProfEd. Okay, so please stay with me. Again, in our live streams, I will not be giving you any hard copy the materials that you can download. So you have to be with me. You have to be committed, of course, since you are reviewing for the LET. If you are going to a review center, gagawin nyo din po ito. Okay, now, so again, the child has 3 3/4. She served 2 1/4. So again, we can just subtract 3 minus 2 here. So 3 minus 2, that gives us 1. So all of these have 1, except for this. So we eliminate this. And you have 3/4 minus 1/4. So it's very easy since they have the same denominator. So denominator would still be 4. Then you have 3 minus 1. 3 minus 1 is 2. Okay, so the answer would be 1 2/4. Or your 2/4 there can be written in the simplest term, which is 1 1/2. Okay, so the answer po would be letter B. That's 1 1/2. Okay, letter B is the correct answer, 1 1/2 for number 38. Okay, number 39. Okay, still math. An executive office must be carpeted. The areas are 3 meters by 4 meters. The carpet costs 1,000 per square meter. How much will be spent for the purchase of the carpet? Okay, this is actually very easy. You only need to get the area. Area is just taken by multiplying these numbers. Then per square meter, which is your area, that would cost 1,000. Okay, so simply you just multiply 3 meters by 4 meters, your length and your width, to get the area, and that's going to give us 12 squared meters, or 12 meters squared. And we multiply 12 by 1,000 because each square meter costs 1,000. So very easy. The correct answer would just be letter B, 12,000. Okay, so number 39, correct answer is letter B. Good job. Okay, many of you have gotten the correct answer. So 39 is letter B. Now number 40. The Weather Bureau gave this warning during a thunderstorm. Which comes first? Lightning flashes first. That's letter A. Letter B, lightning and thunder are simultaneous. Letter C, thunder sounds spread fast. Letter D, thunder follows all lightning. Okay, what's the correct answer for number 40? Is it lightning flashes first? Letter B, lightning and thunder are simultaneous. Letter C, thunder sounds spread fast. Or letter D, thunder follows all lightning. Okay, A for apple. Many of you are answering letter A. Okay, and that's the correct answer. Letter A, lightning flashes first. Okay, but we all know a thunder is just the sound of lightning. Okay, so lightning and thunder are simultaneous. Pag sinabi pong simultaneous, sabay. So hindi po sila sabay because thunder is just an effect of lightning. Effect po siya ng lightning dahil sound po siya ng lightning. Thunder sound spread fast? No, this is not based on our question. Your question is asking you about what happens in a thunderstorm. Thunder follows all lightning. You also cannot choose this dahil hindi po lahat ng lightning ay may kulog. Hindi po lahat ng kidlat ay may kulog. Sometimes kidlat lang, walang kulog. Okay? So it depends. So that's why your answer would be letter A, lightning flashes first. So if nahihirapan po kayo, because this is a common question in the let, if nahihirapan kayo which one comes first, lightning or thunder, just arrange them alphabetically. L comes before thunder. L comes before T. So that means lightning comes before thunder. Okay, so number 40, letter A is the correct answer. Number 41, we're down to our last 10 before we take a break. A designation that serves as an index of popular literary taste and judgment is known as Nobel Prize, bestseller, gold record, Pulitzer. Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer? For number 41, very easy. Okay, again, we're down to our last 10 items before we take a break and before we go to our first checkpoint. Okay, now going back to our question here, it says serves as an index of popular literary taste. Popular po, meaning pinaka-popular. Hindi siya literary na based on the experts, but it's just based on popularity. So you cannot choose Nobel Prize. The gold record, this is based on CDs. CDs po ito yung gold records natin. Pulitzer is very similar to your Nobel Prize. The correct answer is bestseller. So popularity lang po yung bestseller. So kaya nagiging bestseller yung mga libro ni na Vice Ganda, nagiging bestseller yung kung anumang libro na sinulat ng isang popular na author. Okay? So hindi siya based on the judgment of the experts, but only based on popularity. So letter B, bestseller, is the correct answer. Number 42. Who is the world-famous playwright with only about half of his plays printed during his lifetime in small one-play editions called cuartos, but today are considered masterpieces? Sino itong playwright na ito? Is it A, Christopher Marlowe, letter B, Sophocles, letter C, William Shakespeare, or letter D, Francis Bacon? Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer for number 42? Okay, Ma'am Dea says letter C, Ma'am Nessie C, Ma'am Sweet C, Ma'am Lyra, Ma'am Checky, Ma'am Chris Stephanie, Sir Mark, Nestor. Okay, most of you are answering letter C, and that is the correct answer. Okay, so this is William Shakespeare. All right, let's take a look at the other people that we have here. We have Christopher Marlowe, Sophocles, and Francis Bacon. Now, Christopher Marlowe greatly influenced William Shakespeare because they were born in the same year. Okay, so the same year po, the same birth year, meron si Marlowe at si Shakespeare. And but Marlowe died early. Okay, Marlowe had an early death, and so because of his death, naging very famous si William Shakespeare. Wala nang ibang playwright during this time na naging famous but William Shakespeare. Francis Bacon, choice D, is the father of English essay. Is also called the father of empiricism. Father of empiricism, if you have watched our video on the isms of education, we have discussed empiricism there. So I will not go into details about this because that's already in our isms of education video. So please just go back to our video. That's part of our ProfEd na video. Of our ProfEd na playlist, I mean. Now, si Sophocles, lumalabas po ito sa Letnos. Sophocles is one of the most famous or one of the greatest Greek playwrights, if not the greatest. Okay, so he was considered the greatest Greek playwright. He won 24 out of 30 competitions, always came in second when he didn't win. He wrote 123 plays, so marami siyang ginawang plays. Most notably are Ajax and Oedipus King. There is a question about Sophocles in the previous let in September last year. Okay, so again, if you haven't done so yet, go back to our video about the actual let questions. Those are the feedback coming from our previous students. So sinabi nila kung ano yung mga lumabas sa let doon. Tingnan nyo po kung ano yung mga feedback nila doon because the let actually is just recycling the questions. Okay, so again, whenever we have live streams, make sure that you tune in because our live streams are based on the questions that we have in the previous let. Okay, so Sophocles again is one of the greatest Greek playwrights, and he is very famous. Okay, so the answer for that one, for the question that we had a while ago, was William Shakespeare. Okay, number 43. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Letter A, the earth rotates from east to west. Letter B, the sun rotates from north to south. Letter C, the earth rotates from west to east. Letter D, the earth revolves counterclockwise. Okay, what's the answer for number 43? Okay, so again, question number 43. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? The earth rotates from east to west. The sun rotates from north to south. The earth rotates from west to east. The earth revolves counterclockwise. Okay, so kung inyo pong napapansin, A, B, and C are all talking about rotation. Letter D is talking about revolution. We are being asked for the rising of the sun. And so we can already eliminate letter D because revolution of the sun does not cause day and night, does not cause the rising of the sun. It causes the weather. Okay, so weather conditions po natin or climate, yung ating climate conditions po natin and seasons ang kinukause ng ating revolution, not the day and night. Okay, so rotation is just for A, B, and C. So we can already eliminate letter D here. Okay, now before we answer this, let's take a look at the differences between rotation and revolution. Ito po yung dalawang movements ng ating Earth, ng mundo. When you say rotation, this is just the spinning of an object on its axis. The spinning of the Earth on its own axis is called rotation. It causes day and night. So the effect of rotation is day and night. And it takes 24 hours to complete one rotation of the Earth. Okay, now revolution naman is the movement of our planet, of the Earth, or one object in space around another. So revolution, we say, is the movement of the Earth around the sun. Okay, movement of the Earth around the sun is revolution. It causes, it is not written here, but revolution causes the different seasons that we have, also the different time zones that we have. Kaya iba yung time dito sa Amerika kesa sa time na meron tayo sa Pilipinas. That's because of the revolution of the Earth around the sun. And it takes 365 and 1/4 days for the Earth to complete its revolution. So 365 and 1/4 days. Kaya kung inyo pong napapansin, kung inyo pong nalalaman, every 4 years ay leap year. Lahat po ng year na divisible by 4 are leap year. So year 2000 was a leap year, year 2004 was a leap year, year 2008 was a leap year, year 2012 was a leap year. So why? Bakit siya leap year? Dahil kada 4 na taon, nagiging isang araw po, nadadagdagan ng isang araw ang revolution ng Earth around the sun. Okay, so that's the difference between rotation and revolution. Again, rotation is the spinning of the Earth on its own axis. Revolution is the movement of the Earth around the sun. Rotation only takes 24 hours. Revolution takes 365 and 1/4 days. The effect of rotation is day and night. The effect of revolution are the seasons and also the different time zones. Okay, now, as you can see here, this is the rotation of the Earth. If you are looking it from the top, if top view siya, makikita nyo that it is moving counterclockwise. Okay, so counterclockwise po siya, kasalungat po siya sa movement ng kamay ng ating relo. If you are looking it from the side, it is moving from west to east, okay? West to east direction. So the correct answer here would be letter C. The Earth rotates from west to east. So letter D po, tama itong counterclockwise, pero yung mali na part ng letter D natin is itong revolves, okay? Pag the Earth rotates counterclockwise, so that's correct. But this one says revolves, okay? So that makes it wrong. Correct answer is letter C. The Earth rotates from west to east. Okay, now we go to number 44. In summer, we see the sun rise early and set late. Why? Bakit pag summer, mas mahaba yung araw natin at mas maikli yung gabi? Pero pag winter season naman, for example, pag December naman, maiksi lamang yung araw at mas mahaba yung gabi. What is the reason for this? Okay, we're already in question number 44. We're down to our last 6 questions before we take a break. Okay, you see the letter A, the tilt of the axis is towards the sun. Letter B, the tilt of the axis is away from the sun. Letter C, the tilt is changing in degrees. Letter D, the tilt is neither away from nor towards the sun. Okay, let's take a look at the slide that we have here, but the correct answer is letter A. The tilt of the axis is towards the sun. Letter A for number 44. Again, 44, the correct answer is letter A. The tilt of the axis is towards the sun. Let's take a look at our slide. Okay, now again, this is the Earth and this is the axis of the Earth. The axis of the Earth, that imaginary line that cuts the Earth from north to south, is not straight. So hindi po siya straight. It is tilted by 23.5. Sinasabing 23.5 degrees ang tilt nitong ating axis ng Earth, no? 23.5 degrees ang tilt niya. So sometimes in the summer, this part of the Earth here that is towards the sun would experience longer summer days and shorter nights. This part of the Earth naman would experience nighttime na mas longer yung nighttime. So baliktad siya. Kaya nga pag nandito yung America, if America is experiencing summer, pag nandito naman yung Australia, remember Australia is at the opposite side of the US. Kaya nga tinatawag yung Australia na the land down under, because pag nag-summer yung US, yung Australia naman ay nagwi-winter. Pag nag-winter yung US, yung Australia naman ay nagsasummer. Why? Because of the tilt of the axis of the Earth. That's why we have the different lengths of daytime and nighttime. Okay, now idagdag ko lang po dito yung mga terms na kailangan nyo din pong malaman. Lumalabas din po ito sa LET, and this is going to be very helpful for you. If you see the prefix peri, that means nearest. If you see the prefix ap or apo, that means farthest. Okay, now the term G would mean the earth. Kaya nga meron tayong geography, geology. Okay, so G means the earth, while helion means the sun. Okay, so helion means the sun. So if the let is going to ask you, kunwari, yung question ng let is, what is the term we use if we're talking about the position of the earth nearest the sun? The position of the earth nearest the sun. So nearest is peri, and the sun is helion. So if that's the question, if the let is asking you for the term when the earth is nearest the sun, then your answer would be perihelion. If the let asks you of the position of the earth when it is farthest from the sun, okay, if it is farthest from the sun, then your answer would be aphelion. Okay, your answer would be aphelion. Now, what about the G part? The G part is for the moon, because as you know, the moon revolves around the earth. The moon is the only natural satellite of the earth. So yung moon po ay umiikot sa ating mundo. If the let would ask you, what do you call the position of the moon if it is nearest the earth? Nearest the earth. If that happens, so then your answer would be perigee. Perigee. Pero pag yung question naman ng let is the position of the moon when it is farthest from the earth. Farthest from the earth, your answer would be apogee. Okay, the answer would be apogee. Okay, so again, these 4 words here are all going to be very important, all going to be very helpful. All right, now we go to the next question, 45. We're down to our last 5 questions before we take the break. Which of the changes on the surface of the earth is a chemical change? Now we have 2 types of changes in chemistry. There's physical and chemical change. Let me see. Yes, I have a slide here. So these are physical changes. Well, these are chemical changes. Okay. Pag sinabi mong physical change, your composition of matter is still the same. Ganun pa rin yung composition of matter mo. Yung size lamang niya, yung shape lamang niya, yung naiba. Walang new form of matter na na-form. And it is very easy for you to put it back to its original form. Okay. So for example, melting, evaporation, condensation, boiling, deposition, sublimation, lahat ng change in the phase of matter mo, these are all just physical change. Tandaan po, melting, evaporation, boiling, deposition, sublimation, condensation, lahat po yan ay physical change lamang. Okay, that's just physical change. Chopping of wood is just physical change. Shredding paper is just physical change. Mixing gray and green marbles is just physical change. Bakit? Dahil pag chinap mo yung wood, wood pa rin siya. Pag shinred mo yung paper, ginupit-gupit mo siya, paper pa rin naman siya. Pag nag-melt ang ice, tubig pa rin siya. Diba? Ice is just solid water. The same chemical composition. Wala pong naiba sa chemical composition niya, the same pa rin yung identity ng substance mo. So we call that physical change. Ang chemical change naman, there is a new product form. Hindi mo na siya mababalik sa kanyang original form. Very difficult na for you to put it back to its original form. So usually, yung chemical change mo ay merong mga burning, may smoke, may odor, may flame. So for example, burning wood, pag nag-burn na tong kahoy mo, hindi mo na siya mababalik sa kahoy na fresh. Rotting banana, pag nag-rot o nabulok yung saging mo, hindi mo na siya mababalik sa saging na fresh. Mixing vinegar and baking soda is an example of a chemical change. Fireworks are examples of chemical changes. Okay, so that's the difference between physical and chemical change. Physical change, ganun pa rin ang chemical composition ng iyong substance. Chemical change, nag-iba siya. There is a new product form. In physical change, very easy for you to put it back to its original form. Chemical change, mahihirapan ka na ibalik siya sa original form niya. So baking is an example of chemical change. The composition is an example of chemical change. All right, so 45. Which of the changes on the surface of the earth is a chemical change? Is it letter A, the rising warm air from the ocean gets cold and forms clouds in the sky? The edges of the earth's crust plates bend or rock when they bump each other. Salt crystals form when water containing dissolved sediments evaporates. Rocks under great pressure and temperature become harder. Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer for number 45? Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer for number 45? Please try to answer. I don't see any answers yet for number 45. Okay, so some of you are saying C, B, C, 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 C. Okay, many of you are saying C. All right, let's take a look at the correct answer. Correct answer here is actually letter D. Letter D is the correct answer. Bakit D? Now, as I have mentioned a while ago, when matter changes its phase, for example, the processes evaporation, condensation, boiling, all these things are just physical change. So dito, sinabi warm air from the ocean gets cold and forms clouds. Clouds po are just formed through evaporation. Okay, so evaporation lang to. So that means that cannot be a chemical change. The edges of the Earth's crust plates bend or rock when they bump each other. Pag nag-bend yung edge ng crust ng Earth mo, when they rock, when they bump each other, crust pa rin naman sila. There's no change in the chemical composition. So that cannot be your chemical change. Letter C naman, salt crystals form when water containing dissolved sediments evaporates. This is still evaporation. As I have mentioned, evaporation, boiling, melting, freezing, sublimation, deposition, all those processes that are involved in the changing of the state of matter, pag nag-change ka ng matter to solid, to liquid, to gas, those are all just physical change. But letter D here, rocks under great pressure and temperature become harder. Yes, this is correct dahil maiiba na ang type of rock mo. Remember, we have three types of rocks: sedimentary rocks, igneous rocks, and metamorphic rocks. So when your rocks are put under great pressure and temperature, they are actually going to become igneous rocks. Okay, magiging igneous rocks po sila, magiging metamorphic rocks. So maiiba na yung composition ng rocks mo, maiiba na yung appearance din ng rocks mo. Okay, so letter D is the correct answer for number 45. All right, now we go to number 46. Students from different countries are offered scholarship in universities in America and Europe. What does this imply? Very easy. Okay, so letter A, knowledge is not a monopoly of one race. Letter B, students can earn degrees abroad. Letter C, there is the University of Knowledge. Letter D, admission of Asians in the United States universities is limited to nationals. Okay, so sinasabi dito, students from different countries are offered scholarships in universities in America and Europe. So ano kaya yung implication nito? What does this say? Okay, number 46. Okay, Sir Nestor, Sir George, Ma'am Camille, Ma'am Dea, Ma'am Camille. All right, some of you are picking A, B, C, D. Okay, so again, sabi students from different countries are offered scholarship in America and Europe. Your tip here would be the terms from different countries, students from different countries. The correct answer would be letter A, knowledge is not a monopoly of one race. Pag monopoly lamang ng isang race, kunwari, lahat lamang ng Americans yung matatalino, so that means wala nang scholarship sa iba't ibang bansa. Okay, sinabi ng question mo, students from different countries are offered scholarships in America and Europe. So that means lahat ng tao sa ibang bansa or sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo ay merong mga matatalino. So letter A, knowledge is not a monopoly of one race. Now, number 47, air pollution has particles that cause illness. What is the most prevalent disease in cement factories? Is it A, pulmonary disease? Letter B, muscular dislocation? Letter C, heart disease? Letter D, kidney trouble? What's the answer for number 47? Okay, many of you are answering letter A. All right, so most of you have answered letter A. This is a giveaway, okay, because it says air pollution. And it says cement factory. So ano nga ba yung related sa air dito? Semento. That would be letter A, pulmonary disease. When you say pulmonary, this is talking about the lungs. Okay, so pulmon, may pulmonya. Okay, there's something wrong with your lungs. So letter A for number 47. All right, now we go to number 48. Okay, number 48. Proper diet is a nutrition rule. What food is encouraged? Is it letter A, watermelon gives more vitamins? Letter B, junk food and beverage is complete? Letter C, milk is a complete food? Letter D, rice and fish is balanced? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 48? All right. Many of you are choosing letter D. D for diet. Okay, so again, question number 48 says proper diet is a nutrition rule. What food is encouraged? The correct answer here, I'm so sorry to disappoint you, but it's letter C. Milk is a complete food. Kaya nga po, milk yung pinapadede sa mga bata, sa mga babies, aside from the fact that hindi pa nila natutunaw yung rice or yung solid food, aside from that fact, milk is also complete. So, nandyan lahat ng nutrition sa milk natin. Kahit yung formula, yung milk powder na nasa bote, kompleto na po yan. So, nilagyan na po yan ng lahat ng iba't ibang klaseng nutrients, iba't ibang klase ng mga elements, ng mga minerals na kailangan ng mga babies. Okay, rice and fish is balanced. Yes, it is balanced, but it is also lacking some other factors like maaaring wala siyang fat. Your fat po is also very important for us to have in our body. Hindi po siya masama palagi. Okay, kailangan din po ng fats ng ating body. So letter C for number 48 is the correct answer. If you haven't done so yet, meron din po tayong video sa ating playlist na GenEd which talking about vitamins and minerals. Puntahan niyo po yan dahil vitamins and minerals are also very important in taking the let. Nandun po lahat ng mga sources ng vitamins at isa po sa mga palaging ina-ask din na question ng LET is, ano ang tawag sa deficiency ng vitamin C? For example, vitamin C, if you don't have vitamin C, then you'd call that scurvy. You'd call the condition scurvy. If you don't have a lot of vitamin A, if you have deficiency of vitamin A, what do you call the condition? Okay, so marami po dyan na makukuha yung facts na kailangan nyo din sa pag-take ng LET sa ating video, which is called Vitamins and Minerals. Nasa playlist po siya ng GenEd. Okay? So number 48, that's letter C. All right, now we go to number 49. This is a math question. A sales representative of appliance company is given 20% of the total sales she makes every week. What are her earnings if her sale totals to 67,850? Okay, I will give you a few minutes to answer this. Okay, let me just check something. Anong sabi? Hala, B sagot. Damay-damay na lang. Okay, that's 20%. Now, in math po, pag nakita nyo itong term na of, that means multiply. Okay, so whenever you see the term of in math, that means you need to multiply. So very easy. We only need to multiply to get the 20% of 67,850. So we just multiply 20% by 67,850, or we write this, we convert this in its decimal form. Alam naman po siguro ninyo kung paano mag-convert nito in decimal form. You simply move the decimal point from the right twice, going to the left. So that would be 0.2. Okay, so we just multiply 67,850 by 0.2. Okay, so your answer would be 13,570. That would be letter B. Okay, so letter B is the correct answer. Okay, so letter B is the correct answer. B po ang ating tamang sagot. That's 13,570. Okay, we're down to our last question for GenEd. Okay, this is still math. Ang daming math questions in this set, no? So number 50, if in one section, the ratio of boys to girls is 4:3. If there are 42 students in a class, how many are girls? Okay, pag may 42 students sa klase, how many are girls? Alright, balikan ko po kayo ulit. Okay. All right, so again, you are given the question. Okay, you are given a question there. Sa isang section, the ratio of boys to girls is 4:3. That means sa kada 4 na boys, may 3 girls. Okay, so 4 boys is to 3 girls. If there are 42 students in a class, how many are girls? Okay, so ano po yung sagot nyo? B, B, C. Oh, meron nang naguguluhan. Okay, now how do we solve this? All right, so again, you are given 4 boys is to 3 girls, okay? For 4 boys, there would be 3 girls. What you do is you get the total ratio. How do you get the total ratio? You add lamang po itong ratio natin na 4:3, okay? So 4:3, that gives us 7, okay? So that's the total ratio. Now, yung mangyayari, i-divide natin yung total quantity by the total ratio to get each part. Okay, your total quantity here is 42. We are going to divide that by our total ratio of 7 para makuha natin yung kada part. Okay, so we divide 42 by 7, which give us 6. Okay, so that means kada part ay 6. So that means now, para makuha mo kung ilan yung boys at ilan yung girls, i-multiply mo lamang yung proportion na nandyan, yung ratio na nandyan. Okay, so for the girls, we are asked for the girls now. So we are asked how many are girls. We simply multiply 3, which is given in our ratio, by 6, which is for each part. So 3 times 6, very easy. Your answer would be 18. Okay, so 18 girls. So again, just add your ratio to get the total ratio. So 4 plus 3 is 7. Then divide the total quantity by the total ratio. So 42 divided by 7, that gives us 6. Okay, then multiply this ratio here by each part. So 3 times 6, that's 18. Now, if the question is how many boys are there, then you are going to multiply 4 by 6. Okay, in that case, there are going to be 24 boys. Okay, so 24 boys. So if you are going to check 24 plus 18, that would give us 42. So that means tama ang ating sagot. All right? So letter B is the correct answer for number 50. That ends our discussion for GenEd. Okay, so nagtatapos po dito ang ating GenEd. Maraming salamat. We'll take a break of 10 minutes for you to go to the restroom maybe to get some more paper, for example. So again, I would like to shout out to one of our major sponsors today, this PHUSA Guro, Miss Boris, my very good friend here, my co-teacher in Manning High School. Please do subscribe to her. She also has some tips for you if you'd want to come to the US and also teach. And also, she also has a lot of travel blogs. Okay, so make sure that you also subscribe to her. Please come back. We are going back after 10 minutes. We are coming back with ProfEd. Okay, so now for me to know whoever are going to be included in our raffle for this checkpoint, I'd like you to please comment still here para malaman ko na nandito pa kayo, nanonood pa kayo, and that you are coming back for the ProfEd part. Just comment still here, nandito pa rin po, still here. Okay? Again, just comment still here para mapabilang po ang inyong names sa ating raffle draw. I am going to give away 2,000 pesos today. Okay, so make sure that you comment. Again, just comment still here in our chat box there para mapabilang po ang inyong name sa ating raffle draw. Okay, so I can already see a lot of you are commenting still here. Yes, please comment. We are coming back after 10 minutes, okay? I'll have to move upstairs. Dad?
Pwede kang pala? Kaya ka budlay din, di ko kami kaulan. Wala na.
Hi, love. How's your sleep? Good. I'm still working. I'm not done. I'll see you in a little while, okay? Love you. Go get some food from Nanay. Darling, I'm working. In a few minutes. I'm teaching my students. Nanay, please get her. Nanay, please get Rain. Go to Nanay. I'll be there in a few minutes. What? Nanay? All right, we'll be back after 3 minutes. We'll resume at 9:40, okay? If you want to see my baby, she has a lot of videos in my channel too. Pwede nyo po makita, meron po siyang mga videos dyan. We have videos like where she made slime, she baked some brownies. Marami po siyang videos na nandyan sa ating channel. She has her own playlist. The playlist is called Learning with Rain. Okay, so pwede nyo po makita dyan. Okay, so saglit lang, merong tanong dito si Ma'am Camille Taguba, no? Si Ma'am Camille. Ma'am Camille asked, what is the difference between weather, climate, and season? Now, when you say weather, pag sinasabi niyo pong weather is the daily condition of the atmosphere. So, nag-iiba po siya araw-araw, nag-iiba nga rin po siya kada oras. Okay, so pwedeng alauna, maaraw, tapos alas 2 ay umulan. So pwede po yon. That's weather. Daily condition of the atmosphere is weather. Yung climate naman po, this is the long-term condition of the atmosphere of a certain area. So klima. Klima naman itong climate. Long-term condition of the atmosphere in a certain area. Ang yung season naman is the conditions of the earth or of the atmosphere because of the tilting of the sun nga yung kaninang sinabi natin, which is caused by the revolution of the earth around the sun. So yung season mo, meron ka winter, spring, summer, fall. These are the different seasons. Okay, so yan po yung mga pagkakaiba ng weather, climate, and season. For those of you who are asking how old my daughter is, she's 3 years old. 3 years old na po. So she's already asking for a sibling. Palagi po siya nag-i-imagine na meron siyang baby brother and baby sister. So, yun po. And so you can actually see her videos. She has a lot of videos. She's very madaldal. Before she can still speak Ilonggo, but now hindi na masyado. Hindi na siya masyado nag-i-Ilonggo. She uses English, but nakakaintindi pa rin naman siya ng Ilonggo. And she's very talkative and she has a lot of expressions na usually nakukuha niya sa YouTube kasi nakababa din po siya sa YouTube. So palagi siyang nanonood ng YouTube ng mga kids. So pwede niyo pong tingnan yung mga anong tawag dito, yung mga videos ni Rain. Meron po siyang playlist called Learning with Rain. Yes, thank you so much, Ma'am Lizelle Moran. Yes, very specific po itong mga tinuturo ko dahil nga po sinabi namin na we have a long experience with teaching the LET. If you can see, Sir Edmark Padernal, shout out to Sir Edmark Padernal. He's also commenting, still here. He was one of our LET passers, pioneer batch pa namin to, no, a long time ago. Okay, Sir Edmark, you can also follow him. His videos are all about Kim Chu, one of our most favorite actresses, Filipino actresses, if not the most favorite. Okay, so follow niyo po Sir Edmark. Marami na po siyang followers. Mas marami kaysa sa akin. All right, now we continue. I think it's time for us to continue. So again, we are going to draw the raffle winners today. So yung basis po natin is the term still here for our checkpoint. And then again, please do not forget to subscribe to my friend PH USA Guru. That's Miss Boris. She is my ate here in South Carolina. And she's also my co-teacher in Manning High School. Okay, so mag-subscribe po kayo sa kanya. All right, now we continue with professional education. Again, please make sure that you have your pen and pencil ready. These are all very important. Okay, we go to number 51. Which of the following statements is true about teacher-parent relationship? Is it letter A, parents should be welcomed in school and treated with consideration? Letter B, parents should be welcomed only during PTA meeting? Letter C, parents are given the rights to interfere in school management? Or letter D, parents should be given a hand in evaluating students' performance in school? What do you think is the correct answer for number 51? Number 51, please try to answer. Okay, so again, 51 is asking you for teacher-parent relationship. Ano nga ba ang kailangang relationship natin with the parents who are also one of the stakeholders of our school? Okay, many of you are answering letter A. Okay, letter A is actually the correct answer. Okay, so letter A, good job. Parents should be welcomed in school and treated with consideration. But of course, one of the most important things that we need to remember when we're dealing with parents, bawal na bawal po na ilabas nyo ang record ng isang bata pag hindi po niya parent yung nag-a-ask dito. For example, hindi kasi maiiwasan minsan. For example, there are students who are vying for the first honors, second honors, and then the parent of the other student would ask you to, after she or he has seen the grade of her son or her daughter, pwedeng sabihin niya na, paano naman yung kay patingin nga din ako nung kay yung, for example, yung karibal ng anak niya, bawal pong ipakita yung records ng isang bata sa isang taong hindi niya parent, hindi niya guardian, okay? So letter A is the correct answer for number 51. Okay, now number 52. You have a student who is always boasting in class of his mastery of the Bible because he is a Protestant. How would you react being a Catholic? Okay, number 52. What are you going to do? Is it challenge him to a debate, share with him your knowledge of the Bible, keep silent and respect his belief, or D, listen to him occasionally? What's the answer for number 52? Okay, so again, number 52 says, meron kang isang estudyante who is always boasting, palaging nagmamayabang, na palagi niyang pinagmamayabang na mastered niya yung Bible. Alam na alam niya yung Bible dahil isa siyang Protestant. How would you react being a Catholic? Should you challenge him to a debate? Share with him your knowledge of the Bible? Keep silent and respect his belief? Listen to him occasionally. Yung tamang sagot po dito would be letter C, keep silent and respect his belief. Huwag nyo na pong gatungan, huwag nyo na pong patulan, do not challenge him to a debate, do not share with him your knowledge of the Bible dahil baka iba yung interpretation nyo ng Bible at mag-argue pa kayo. Listen to him occasionally, okay, pwede din naman, but for you to become just peaceful, be at peace, just keep silent and respect his belief. Bawal din po yan, nasa constitution din natin, nasa code of conduct din natin. Bawal din po tayong mag-influence ng students natin sa religion. So bawal pong nagtuturo tayo ng kung anong religion meron tayo sa ating estudyante. Now, meron din pong common question sa LET about pagtuturo ng religion. I think I have discussed this in one of my previous live streams. Sinasabi po doon, kailan dapat tinuturo yung religion? Yung religion po ay dapat tinuturo within regular class hours. Okay? So yung answer niyo po doon ay dapat within regular class hours. Okay? Regular class hours po siya. When can you teach religion to your students? After you have received a written consent from the parents. Okay? So dapat po may consent from the parents telling you na okay, pwede niyong turuan ng religion yung kanilang mga anak. Okay, so that's for number 52. After number 52 is letter C. All right, number 53. The teacher's role in the classroom according to cognitive psychologists is to, is it letter A, make the learning task easy for the learners? Letter B, fill the minds of the learners with information? Letter C, dictate what to learn upon the learner? Letter D, help the learners connect what she knows with new information from teacher? Okay, ano daw yung role ng teacher, ng guro sa classroom according sa ating mga cognitive psychologists? Okay, what do you think is the answer for number 53? This is a common question in the LET. Okay, many of you are answering letter D. Help the learners connect what she knows with new information from teacher. Okay, now when we are talking about cognitive psychologists po are very interested with how the mind works. Okay, so yung focus po nila is the brain, the mind. So in this question here, the correct answer would be letter B. Fill the minds of the learners with information. Bakit? Dahil yung hint nyo po is the term cognitive, and cognitivists are studying the minds of the learner. So para sa kanila, ang mind ng learner is like an empty vessel na kailangan ipinupuno mo ng information. That's your cognitive psychologist. Letter D mo cannot be the correct answer because when you say help the learners connect what she knows with new information, this is not cognitivism but this would fall under constructivism. Constructivism po ito. Yung student natin ay nagpo-form ng sarili nilang meaning galing sa kanilang prior knowledge, tapos from their experience in the classroom. So that's constructivism. But for number 53, the correct answer would be letter B. All right. Now number 54. Which is the first step in planning an achievement test? Okay, ano yung magiging first step mo pag nagpaplano ka ng yung achievement test? Is it letter A, decide on the length of the test? Letter B, build the table of specification, your thoughts? Letter C, define the instructional objectives? Letter D, select the type of test items to use. Okay, what's the correct answer for number 54? Many of you are answering letter C. Some are answering letter B. Okay, excuse me for a while. All right. Okay, now you need to remember that we have three major types of tests. Ano itong three major types of tests natin? Meron kang diagnostic test, which is the test given prior to instruction or before instruction. Yung main purpose ng diagnostic mo is to, or diagnostic test is to measure the strengths and the weaknesses of the students. Okay, so that's diagnostic test given before instruction. That's purpose. The purpose is to measure the strengths and weaknesses of the students. The second type of test that you have is formative test. Ang formative test naman is given during instruction. So pwedeng mapabilang dito yung mga activities mo, yung mga short quizzes mo within the class period, yung mga short quizzes mo within the unit. Okay, so that's formative test. During the instruction, it is given during the instruction. And your last type of test out of the three major types of tests that we have is your summative test. Pag sinabi mo namang summative test, this is given after instruction. So your summative test is a type of test given after instruction, and its purpose is to measure learning. Okay, paano nga ba naka-learn nga ba yung mga estudyante? It is also a mode for you, is a tool for you to make a decision. Kailangan ko bang i-reteach or kailangan ko bang mag-proceed sa another lesson dahil na-achieve naman nila yung goal natin. Okay, so that's your summative test. Now, the question here for number 54 is asking you for the first step in planning an achievement test. An achievement test is an example of a summative test. Ang achievement test po ay binibigay after instruction na. So usually yung achievement test mo is a unit test. Okay, unit test siya. Pagkatapos mong i-teach sa kanila yung unit. So what is the first step for you to do? Is it to decide on the length of the test? To build the table of specification? Is it letter C, to define the instructional objectives? Or is it letter D, select the type of test items to use? Okay, the correct answer here would be letter B, to build the table of specification. Okay? All right, so that's letter B, build the table of specification. Common question din po ito sa LET. Yung question is, in the parlance of educational terms, okay, so world of educational terms, what is the meaning of TOS? Okay, so you should know that the meaning of TOS is table of specifications. Ano nga ba yung table of specifications? When you say table of specification, para po siyang blueprint mo, para po siyang plano mo, para siyang basis mo ng test mo. So nakalagay doon lahat ng mga instructional objectives mo, and then nakalagay kung ilang items per instructional objective. Kaya hindi po pwedeng letter C yung answer natin dahil sabi ng letter C, define the instructional objectives. Hindi po pwede dahil yung achievement test po nyo ay isa ng summative test. Binibigay po siya after na ng discussion. So yung definition po, pag-define nyo ng instructional objective, nangyayari siya before instruction pa. Diba? Sa planning nyo pa lang, lesson planning nyo, ay nagbibigay na kayo ng instructional objectives. Nakalagay na doon yung instructional objectives. Kaya meron po kayong TOS or table of specification dahil gusto nyo pong i-check na yung mga items mo sa test ay pareho or related sa yung instructional objectives. Natapos na instructional objectives na na-discuss mo na, ilalagay mo lahat ng objectives doon at ilalagay mo yung items. So yung items dapat ay nagfo-fall into place, dapat valid siya sa instructional objectives na meron ka. Okay, so that's letter B, build the table of specification. All right, now number 55. One strength of an autobiography as a technique for personality appraisal is that, okay, it gives complete data about the author. It can replace data obtained from other data gathering technique. It may be read by authorized people. It makes possible the presentation of intimate experiences that cannot be revealed. What is one strength of an autobiography as a technique for personality appraisal? Now, as we know, when you say autobiography, kung sinabi mo kasing biography, this is a story about a person. And when you say autobiography, this is a story about you. Ikaw mismo yung nagsulat ng biography mo, kaya sinabing autobiography. It is the story of a person written by that same person. So what do you think is the strength of an autobiography? Okay, is it letter A, gives complete data about the author, so lahat ng detalye about sa author ay nabibigay. It can replace data obtained from other data gathering technique. It may be read by authorized people. It makes possible the presentation of intimate experiences that cannot be revealed. Okay, now many of you are saying letter A. I'm so sorry. The correct answer is actually letter D. Okay, it makes possible the presentation of intimate experiences that cannot be revealed. Lahat ng experience mo na ikaw lang nakakaalam, pwede mong ibahagi through an autobiography. So, pwede niyong imaginein yung pag nagsulat kayo sa MMK, pag nagsulat kayo sa maalaala mo kaya, di ba? Yung sinusulat mo is tungkol sa sarili mo, tungkol sa buhay mo, at ikaw mismo yung nagsusulat. So, maraming bagay, maraming sikreto, maraming experiences na hindi alam ng ibang tao na pwede mong i-present doon through your autobiography. Dahil nga alam mo, dahil ikaw mismo yung nagsulat ng autobiography. Okay? All right, number 56. The same test is administered to different groups at different places at different times. This process is done in testing the blank. Bakit binibigay yung the same type of test sa different groups, at different places, at different types? This is more like our NAT, yung National Achievement Test mo. Binibigay siya sa iba't ibang paaralan, sa iba't ibang lugar. But usually, more or less, pareho yung time, no? Kung hindi man different yung time, more or less, ginagawa nilang parehas yung day. Bakit ito ginagawa? Ano yung mini-measure? Is it the objectivity, validity, reliability, comprehensiveness? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for this? Okay, so many are saying B, some are saying C, A, D. Okay, now, ano nga ba yung mga pagkakaiba ng mga terms na meron tayo dito? When you say objectivity, wala siyang bias. Okay, so fair yung test mo. Hindi po pwedeng binigyan mo ng test na nakasulat sa Korean language yung mga Filipino. Okay, so because if you are going to do that, then you are not being objective. That's objectivity, fairness. When you say validity, the test measures what it intends to measure. Okay? Ito yung validity. Mini-measure niya talaga kung ano yung gusto niyang i-measure, kung ano yung objectives na gusto niyang i-hit. Yung reliability naman, sinasabing reliability, meron kang consistency ng test mo. Yung consistency, pag sinabi mong reliability, pag kinuha mo yung test na to ngayon, yung score mo, i-compare sa score mo nung pangalawang beses mong kinuha yung test. Dapat yung score mo pareho. Dapat consistent yung score mo. That's reliability. Reliable yung test mo dahil yung scores na nakuha ng students mo are the same. Okay? In different times that you have given them the test, their scores are the same. Comprehensiveness naman, easy to understand yung test mo. Madali siyang maunawaan, madali siyang mabasa. Okay, pero ano nga ba yung purpose natin? Ba't natin binibigay yung NAT? Ba't natin binibigay in different places, different schools, different types? The answer here would be letter B, validity. Validity po, chine-check natin kung totoong mini-measure ng test na to, yung gusto niyang ma-measure. In the case of our National Achievement Test, yung mini-measure niya or gini-gauge niya is the products that we have in school. Okay, the learning of the students that we have in school. Kaya the same level ng students yung binibigyan, usually graduating students, ang binibigyan ng ating NAT, for example, or kung meron mang NAT for grade 3, lahat grade 3 bibigyan dahil mini-measure nila yung produkto ng ating educational system. Okay, so that's validity. That is trying to measure what it really intends to measure. Dapat valid yung test mo. Dapat i-related siya sa mga objectives, sa curriculum, sa mga competencies ng ating curriculum. Okay, so that's 56, validity. Now, we go to number 57. As a parent and at the same time a teacher, which of the following will you do to show your cooperation to a PTA project in your school to be financed with the proceeds of the sales from the school canteen where food prices are a little bit higher? Okay, so a parent ka, teacher ka din sa isang school, meron kayong PTA project. Yung PTA project nyo ay manggagaling sa budget, budget ng PTA project nyo ay manggagaling sa sales sa inyong school canteen. Pero yung problema, yung presyo ng school canteen nyo is mas mahal. Okay, mas mataas yung presyo niya. Are you going to buy all your food in the school canteen and request for a discount? Are you going to bring baon for you and your children, but always make it a point to buy something from the school canteen? Are you going to bring enough baon for you and your children, even if you really do not like to do it? Are you going to buy all your food from the school canteen, even if you cannot afford to do so every day? Okay, which one do you think is going to be the correct answer? All right, so a lot of you are answering letter B, letter B. The correct answer po is, that's correct, letter B, bring baon for you and your children, but always make it a point to buy something from your school, okay? So in that case, hindi ka napapamahal dahil you are bringing your own lunch, but you are also trying to support your school by buying a few things from the school canteen, okay? So that's letter B. Now, number 58, you teach in a privileged school where each classroom is air-conditioned. Aware of the present economic problems of the country, how do you think your school can contribute to the solution of this problem of the country? Should it be letter A? Students cannot be made to sacrifice and recite in warm classrooms, especially that they do not directly cause the country's economic problem. Letter B, air conditioning of the classroom could be cut off every day. Letter C, saved money from the cutting down of air conditioning could be spent on other worthwhile activities for the students. Or letter D, air conditioning is such a small matter that savings on it could hardly affect the economy. Okay, what do you think is the answer for number 58? Nagtuturo ka sa isang privileged school. When I was teaching in Ateneo, all of the schools were air-conditioned. Okay, so sabi dito, aware of the present economic problems of the country, how do you think your school can contribute to the solution of this problem? Okay, are you going to say students cannot be made to sacrifice and recite in warm classrooms? Letter B, air conditioning could be cut off every day. Letter C, saved money from the cutting down of air conditioning could be spent on other worthwhile activities. Letter D, air conditioning is such a small matter. Okay, so it's not going to affect the economy. All right, the correct answer, I think you all have it. Okay, very good students. Correct answer is letter C, saved money from the cutting down of air conditioning could be spent on other worthwhile activities for the student. Good job. Okay, almost all of you did the right choice or got the right choice. Okay, so that's letter C. Now, number 59, Jonas, age 8. Was removed from his class for frequent fights with other children. He refused to be disciplined and has focused in class only for a very short time. He also has frequent tantrums. He is suffering from mental retardation, learning disability, Down syndrome, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 59? He was removed from his class because of frequent fights, refused to be disciplined, has focused a very short time, frequent tantrums. What is this? Okay, very good, very good. Many of you have the correct answer, and that's ADHD. That's correct. That's letter D, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Itong attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ito yung mga taong sinasabi natin medyo kulang sa pansin, okay? They always want attention, but in their case, they also lack a lot of attention. Very short lang yung kanilang attention, pero sinasabi na nga natin na medyo kulang sila sa pansin because most of the time nagtatantrum sila, they have frequent fights, their focus is very short, so they sometimes can be a problem in our classroom. Alam po ninyo dito sa school namin in the US, if you plan to teach here in the US, you are really going to be shocked in the first few, in your first year maybe, because the people with learning disability, your students, the students with special needs are mainstreamed with the regular ed, okay? So in our classroom, for example, if I have 30 students, almost half sa mga estudyante ko ay may special needs. So sometimes they have some learning disability, may dyslexia, sometimes may attention deficit, okay, so ADHD. So kailangan mag-adjust ka talaga, maliban pa sa tinatawag na adjustment natin dahil sa kultura nila. So wala silang takot na mag-voice out ng kanilang opinion, wala silang takot na sabihin kung anong opinion nila, wala silang pakialam. Dahil kasi sa atin, medyo kimi pa yung mga estudyante, medyo kimi pa, no? Medyo shy pa yung students, hindi nagvo-voice out, may delikadesa, dito hindi. So, masyashock ka talaga pag hindi mo ini-expect na may sabihin sa'yo yung estudyante mo. For example, sabihin sa'yo ng estudyante mo, you're not prepared. You can't teach this lesson very well, okay? So, kailangan mo maging prepared lagi at kailangan mo din maging prepared sa kung anong kultura meron sila because most of them have not learned how to respect people dahil marami sa kanila grow up in broken families, iba sa kanila homeless, iba sa kanila have transferred from one foster family to another. Okay, so you also need to understand where they are coming from. Okay, so dapat you need to be prepared for what you have. Even if kayo, pag nakapasa kayo ng LET, kahit na magturo lang kayo sa Philippines, for example, if you start in the Philippines, where we all started, you should always be prepared. Okay, iba-iba yung klase ng students na meron tayo. Okay, so again, in this case, the correct answer is letter D, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Now, yung Down syndrome po, ito yung tinatawag nating mga mongoloid. Okay, another term for this is trisomy 21. Lumalabas po ito sa LET, especially sa mga science majors. Trisomy 21 po yung tawag sa Down syndrome natin. Why trisomy 21? Dahil yung chromosome 21 po nila, imbis na 2 kopya lamang, sila po ay may 3 kopya. Okay, so kaya tinatawag silang trisomy 21. Lumalabas din po yan sa LET. Take note of that. It might be in your GenEd. It might be in the bio majors. Lumalabas po yung trisomy 21 Down syndrome. Okay, now number 60. When a teacher practices professional ethics, which of the following is he not likely to do? Now take note, you have the term not here. Be very careful when you are reading your LET questions. Actually, your ProfEd po is actually very easy. Mas madali yung ProfEd kaysa GenEd. Nung nag-take ako ng LET, mas nahirapan ako sa GenEd kaysa sa ProfEd. Kasi po yung GenEd questions mo, pwede siyang manggaling sa kung saang sulok ng mundo. Okay? Pwede po siyang MAPE, kahit na wala sa competency mo yung MAPE, pwedeng art, pwedeng values education, kahit saan pwedeng pulutin yung question sa GenEd. Pero yung ProfEd kasi, madali siyang makuha yung tamang sagot kung naiintindihan mo yung question, kung marunong kang mag-analyze ng question. Usually, yung answer mo ay nandyan na sa question, okay? So, wag po kayong magmadali, basahing maayos, i-analyze na mabuti yung questions natin, especially sa ProfEd. Okay, when a teacher practices professional ethics, which of the following is he not likely to do? Is it maintain cordial relationship with his colleagues? Cordial means friendly relationship. Share an outstanding outcome of an undertaking with others. Engage in gossips. Respect his superiors. So saan dito yung hindi mo kailangang gawin kung pinapractice mo yung professional ethics na tinatawag? Okay, now the correct answer, of course, is letter C, engage in gossip. So again nga, sinabi ko sa inyo, one of the most important tips that I told you, when you are taking the LET, always take the positive answer, always the ideal answer. Yung pinakamagandang pinakamagandang sagot, yan usually yung tamang answer na meron tayo. So sometimes it's not realistic, hindi naman totoong hindi nagchichismis yung mga guro, di ba? Karamihan sa mga guro natin chismosa, palaging nagchichismis yung mga guro natin. So hindi siya tama, hindi siya realistic sometimes, but according to the LET, that's the correct answer. So always choose the positive answer, the most ideal answer when you are taking the LET. Okay, number 61. Which instructional aid requires pupils to perform? Is it comic books, mock-up, film viewing, pantomime? Okay, which one of these requires your pupils to perform? What's the correct answer for number 61? Many of you are answering letter D. D, mostly letter D. All of you are answering letter D. Okay, so letter D is the correct answer. I think you already know the meaning of pantomime. Pantomime is voiceless performance. So nagro-roleplay ka, nag-perform ka, pero hindi ka nagsasalita. That's pantomime, okay? So usually actions lang. So pantomime siya. Performance pa rin naman siya. I think you know what comic books are. So comic books lamang. Film viewing, alam natin kung ano to. Palagi tayong merong ganyan sa college, di ba? Usually may film viewing. What about mock-up? Alam niyo ba kung anong mock-up? Okay, when you say mock-up, ano siya, katulad siya or related siya sa model, halos pareho siya sa model. But when you say mock-up, it is a model within a model. Tapos meron siyang mga detachable na parts, okay? So, for example, ang question sa LET nyo, you are studying the different parts of the earth and the different countries all over the world in your social studies, and your teacher has brought a globe. What form of instructional aid is this? Okay, your globe is an example of a model. Model po yung magiging sagot nyo doon. Pero pag ang question naman sa LET is, in your science class, you are studying the circulatory system. And on this day, your science teacher has brought a model of the heart where you can detach the chambers, you can detach the aorta, you can detach the vena cava, you can detach the different parts of the heart. What instructional aid is this? Your answer there would not be a model, your answer would be a mock-up. Okay, so a mock-up po is a model within a model, or we call it a model with detachable parts. Okay, so pag na-detach mo, nabubusisi mo siya, that's a mock-up. Okay, so mock-up po, that's letter B. But our answer for number 61 would be letter D. Okay, next one. Number 62. In his relationship with his superiors, the teacher should, ano po yung kailangan yung relationship with your superiors, with your principals, assistant principal, with your supervisors? Should it be letter A, work with self-vested interest? Dapat yung interest mo, meron kang ulterior motive, lagi. Is it letter B, work with them without expecting any material benefits? Letter C, expect to be promoted for every favor done to them? Or letter D, adopt an indifferent attitude? Okay, what is the answer for number 62? Okay, so many of you are answering letter B. Good job, good job. Okay, so letter B is the correct answer. Work with them without expecting any material benefits. Now, these are already part of our code of conduct. Part na po ito ng code of conduct. Many of our previous questions in the ProfEd are actually part of the code of conduct for professional teachers. Okay, so sinabi ko nga po, your ProfEd is actually very easy. Basta naintindihan nyo, marunong kayo mag-analyze ng question, marunong kayo mag-comprehend ng question, madali lang po yung answer sa ating ProfEd. Okay? Adopt an indifferent attitude, hindi po to pwede dahil pag sinabi mong you are indifferent, that means wala kang pakialam. Okay? So wala kang pakialam. Now, number 63, which graphic organizer is used to show events in chronological order? Is it letter A, story map and cycle? Letter B, timeline and story map? Letter C, timeline and series of events chart? Letter D, series of events charts and story map? Okay, what's the correct answer for number 63? All right, iba-iba na yung answers nyo. There's C, there's A, there's B. Okay. All right, so again, your question is graphic organizer to show events in chronological order. Pagkakasunod-sunod ng order ng events. Okay, let's take a look at our slide. Now, this here is a story map. Ito po yung story map. Usually, this is used, a graphic organizer that is used to answer the questions who, what, where, why, and when about a story. Okay, so sino yung mga characters, ano nangyari, saan yung setting, and so on. That's a story map. Ito naman po yung ating cycle, very common life cycle, okay? So, pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga events, but of course, when you say cycle, it does not stop, okay? It goes on forever, okay? That's a cycle. Now, this is your timeline. So, timeline, meron ka mga dates, and then what happened in those dates. Okay, so that's an example of your timeline. And then this one is your series of events or sequence of events. So, this is event 1, and then what happens, and then followed by the next event, and so on. Okay, so very clear. Your answer should have been letter C, timeline and series of events chart. So, that's the correct answer, letter C is the correct answer for number 63. Timeline and series of events chart. All right, now we go to number 64. The best way for a teacher to impart values to his pupils is, what is the best way for you to impart values to your pupils? Is it through letter A, constant repetition of action to make them routinely, classroom management mo yan, inflicting corporal punishment, so kailangan bang hinihit mo yung bata, acting as a role model, always scolding his pupils. Palagi mo pinapagalitan yung mga estudyante mo. What is the correct answer for number 64? Okay, number 64, very easy. It's letter C, acting as a model or as a role model, okay? So again, we say values are caught, not taught. So kahit na anong sabi mo sa mga estudyante mo, kung hindi mo naman ginagawa, sarili mo mismo, hindi din nila gagawin, okay? So acting as a role model is very important. Now, 65, who are not covered by the Code of Ethics of Professional Teachers? Sino ang hindi covered ng Code of Ethics? Is it letter A, teachers of academic, vocational, special, technical, or non-formal institutions? Letter B, all full-time or part-time public and private school teacher and administrator. Letter C, teacher in the tertiary level. Letter D, teacher in all educational institutions at the preschool, elementary, and secondary level. What's the answer for number 65? Okay, so many of you are answering letter C. Good job. All right. Now, according to Article 1 of our Code of Conduct, okay, Section 2 here says this code covers all public and private school teachers in all educational institutions at the preschool, primary, elementary, secondary levels, whether academic, vocational, special, technical, etc. Hindi lang po na-mention would be tertiary. Okay, so hindi na-mention would be tertiary. So that means the correct answer would be letter C, teacher in the tertiary level. Kaya yung mga college professors natin, hindi po sila saklaw ng Code of Ethics of Professional Teachers. Now, it might come out in the LET. Isa sa mga common questions din sa mga LET, sa LET, no? What will you do if you have fallen in love with your student? Okay, what are you going to do if you have fallen in love with your student? Anong gagawin mo? Would you say you should not have a relationship with your student? It's not allowed by the code. You should be discreet, so itago lamang, and that's okay. You should wait before the student graduates, then you can have a relationship. Or just have a relationship with your student. Don't care about other people. Okay, so again, your question is, what will you do if you have fallen in love with your student? Okay, so meron kayong relasyon ng yung estudyante. What will you do then? Okay, ano kaya yung magiging sagot pag nagka-relasyon ka or nagka-inlavan kayo ng iyong estudyante? All right, so some of you here have answered, be discreet, wait for the student to graduate, be professional and advise discretion, wait until she graduates, be discreet. Magugulat po kayo. According to our constitution, pwede kayong magkarelasyon, but you need to be discreet, okay? Yes, tama po si Ma'am Sweet Manzanas, discreet lang. Po pwede, you don't need to wait for him or her to be to graduate, but of course, ang pangit naman syempre na boyfriend mo, girlfriend mo yung estudyante mo. Pero according to our constitution, just be discreet. You don't need to wait for the student to graduate, just be discreet. Okay? So tandaan po yan, pag lumabas sa LET, alam niyo na po yung tamang sagot, just be discreet in having your relationship with your student. Okay, number 66, pick out the teacher-student relationship that was violated when Miss Vega gave Marie a grade of 75% in her science class due to poor conduct. Is it letter A, a teacher should not make deductions on pupils' scholastic ratings for acts that are not manifestations of poor achievements? Letter B, a teacher may deduct on pupils' scholastic ratings for acts that are manifestations of poor moral values. Letter C, maintain an instructional program that stresses the traditional academic education. Letter D, rely on the media to improve the image of the school. Okay, what is the correct answer for number 66? Many of you are answering letter A. Okay, sabi ng letter A, a teacher should not make deductions on pupils' scholastic ratings for acts that are not manifestations of poor achievements. Okay, now according to Article 8, the teachers and learners of our Code of Conduct, Section 6, it says a teacher shall base the evaluation of the learner's work only in merit and quality of the academic performance. So evaluation mo, grading should only be based on academics. Okay, so the correct answer is letter A. That's correct. A teacher should not make deductions kahit na your student is always misbehaving. You should not make deductions out of these acts. Okay, the deductions, the grading should only be based on the achievement or scholastic achievement of the person. All right, we go to 67. The lesson is on the pros and cons of declaring a state rebellion in the country. Teacher wants his students to arrive at a view of the declaration of the state of rebellion from different perspectives. Which technique will be most appropriate? Okay, which one is the most appropriate? Is it modeling? Is it letter B, simulation, role play? Letter D, panel discussion. What's the correct answer for number 67? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 67? Letter C, A, D, C, D, C, D, C, D, D. Okay, many of you have picked D, C. All right, now, of course, you know the meaning of modeling. Yung sabi po dito ng ating question, yung lesson nyo is pros and cons, the good side and the bad side of declaring state rebellion. Okay, now what should be the technique? Is it modeling? Modeling is the students will be learning from imitation. They will be imitating the teacher. Simulation, when you say simulation naman, you are trying to follow real life activities. So one important example of simulation is when the students vote for your student council. Simulation po yan ng voting, no? Current ng actual voting, the simulation. You are trying to follow or mimic real life activities. Role playing, you know what role playing is? It's a skit. And panel discussion, your students are made to discuss their views on the matter so that you can get different aspects of the topic. The correct answer is letter D. It's panel discussion. It should be panel discussion. Okay, so you can get the different sides of your students thinking about the state of rebellion. Okay, so letter D for number 67. Now, number 68, all the examinees obtain scores below the mean. A graphic representation of the score distribution will be, is it letter A, perfect normal curve, letter B, leptokurtic, letter C, positively skewed, or letter D, negatively skewed? What do you think is the correct answer for number 68? Okay, so all of you are answering C. Now, sabi ng question natin, all the examinees obtain scores below the mean. When you say mean, this is the average. If you haven't seen our video yet about the mean, median, and mode, make sure that you check that. It's also in our ProfEd. There is also a separate playlist called Assessment of Learning. So just check the video. It's called Mean, Median, and Mode. Na-discuss na po doon lahat ng important facts about the mean, median, and mode. Now, sabi dito, the examinees obtain scores below the average. So what will be the graphic representation of this? Now, when you say skewed, ang skewedness po na tinatawag, this means the tail. Okay? Ito yung mga kukonting score. Kukonting score yung skewed mo, no? So that's the tail of your distribution. Now, this is your normal score distribution. Pag sinabi mong normal score distribution, no skewedness or no skew, the mean, median, mode are the same. Okay? So lahat ng mga bata, lahat ng mga students mo are on the average. Wala kang extreme na scores. Walang students nakakakuha ng masyadong mataas, wala din nakakuha ng masyadong low. Now, when you say negatively skewed naman, again, when you say skewed, this is the tail. Tail means yung iilan, yung konti, yung iilan. So, pag sinabi mong negatively skewed, actually, baliktad po siya. Pag sinabi mong negatively skewed, karamihan sa mga estudyante mo ang nakakuha ng mataas. Okay? Mas mataas kesa sa average at mas mataas kesa sa mean mo. And your mean, kukonti lamang yung nakakuha ng mga mabababa. So that's negatively skewed. Marami sa kanila nakakuha ng mataas na score. Pag sinabi mo namang positively skewed, marami sa kanila ang nakakuha ng mababang score. So it's actually opposite. Opposite po siya. Now, ang leptokurtic mo naman, choice B natin, it is just one type of your normal score distribution. So again, pag normal score distribution, halos lahat ng mga estudyante mo ay nasa average lang. Okay? So leptocortic is just one type of normal score distribution. So then your answer here, since many of them scored below the mean, maraming mababa, and we said it is opposite, your answer should be letter C, positively skewed. Okay? It should be positively skewed. Letter C is the correct answer. So baliktad po siya. Pag maraming mababa, that would be positively skewed. Pag maraming mataas, that would be negatively skewed. Okay? Now, 69. Tutoring of learners is now practiced in our school, provided it is not done by their own teacher, but by an outsider. Which of these Western philosophies influenced this practice? Is it letter A, Athenian, letter B, Roman, C, Sparta, letter D, Chinese? Okay, I have discussed this in our previous live stream. If you have already watched our previous live stream, na-discuss ko po ito. Saan nga ba nanggaling? Saan nagsimula yung tutoring? Is it Athenian education, Roman, Sparta, Chinese? Of course, the question here says, which of these Western philosophies influence this practice? So then you can eliminate already Chinese kasi yung Chinese naman ay hindi siya Western philosophy. It is an Eastern philosophy. So hindi po pwedeng letter D yung answer mo. Sparta is just one type of Greek education. Kasama na din yung Athenian. So dalawa sila ay types of Greek education. Pero magkaiba sila. Okay? Athenian is educating the mind, body, and soul. So holistic education siya, while Sparta is based on military training. Romans naman, this is to make citizens that are very responsible, okay? The goal of education in the Roman Empire is to make citizens that are responsible. Your correct answer here, as I've mentioned in our previous live stream, is letter A, Athenian. Okay, so letter A po, Athenian would be the correct answer here. All right, number 70, you received an advice from the COMELEC that you will be the chairman in Precinct 3A in your town. You are the first cousin of one of the candidates for councilors. Your cousin and your parents are very happy for your appointment. What will you do? Of course, if you are teacher, meron kang duty whenever it's election time. Okay, so you are the chairman in Precinct 3A, pero isa sa mga kandidato ay first cousin mo. Ngayon, yung cousin mo at yung parents mo are very happy dahil na-appoint ka as chairman. What will you do? Okay, is it letter A? I will report to Precinct 3A and do my job very well. Letter B, I will help my cousin by requesting the voters in my precinct to vote for him. Letter C, I will decline the appointment and explain to the COMELEC that I have a relative who is a candidate for councilor. Letter D, I will read the name of my cousin, even if his name does not appear in the ballot. Okay, what's the correct answer? Again, as I've told you, whenever you are answering the let, always pick the ideal answer. Yung pinakamagandang answer, yung pinakamabuting answer. The image of the teacher should be very good, very well behaved. Okay, the correct answer here would be letter C. I will decline the appointment and explain to the COMELEC that I have a relative who is a candidate for councilor. Okay, so realistic po ba siya? Hindi siya realistic, pero idealistic siya. Ideal siya for the let. So when you take the let, again, pick the ideal answer. Do not be realistic. Okay, so ideal dapat yung magiging sagot nyo. All right, 71. Education in human rights start with liking others, caring for others, loving others, respect towards others. Okay, what's the correct answer for number 71? Is it from liking others, from caring for others? It starts with loving others, respect towards others. Which one do you think is the root of education in human rights? Okay, you got it right. Many of you are picking the correct answer, and that is respect towards others. Okay, so human rights starts When you respect other people, just respect each other's differences, just tolerate the differences that we have with each other. Okay, so that's letter D. Now, number 72, which is the ultimate aim of classroom management? Bakit tayo may classroom management? Bakit ka merong mga routine sa classroom mo? Is it letter A, to set up conditions that bring about effective teaching and learning? Letter B, to secure conformity to rules with ease? Letter C, to make children realize that they cannot do everything they want? Letter D, to remove the physical conditions in the room that distracts children's attention? What's the correct answer for number 72? Why should we have classroom management? Why should you have routines? Bakit kailangan alam nila kung paano magpasa ng papel, paano mag-ask ng permission if they want to go to the restroom? Why do we need to have classroom management? Okay, correct answer po for number 72 is letter A, to set up conditions that bring about effective teaching and learning. Once you have your classroom management, at okay ka sa classroom management, teaching is going to be very easy for you. Okay, magiging tagasunod na lamang yung mga students mo. But of course, you need to also make your students understand why you have certain rules, why you have certain routines in your classroom. Okay, so that's letter A. Now, number 73, one criterion for content to be developed in a lesson is learnability. What does the word in capital letters mean? Okay, I've also discussed this in one of our curriculum development videos. We've already had 3 videos for curriculum development. And learnability should be one criterion in making a good curriculum. So what's the meaning of learnability? Is it letter A, the content should be worthwhile? Kaaya-aya, is it fun to learn? Letter B, the content should be useful and practical in some situation. Letter C, resources and materials for the development of the content are available. Letter D, the content should be within the capacity of the students to learn. Okay, what is the meaning of the term learnability? All right, so many of you are answering letter D. Learnability is letter D. Okay, the correct answer po here, you're right, it should be letter D. The content should be within the capacity of the students to learn. So dapat abot ng kanilang kakayahan ang mga tinuturo mo sa kanila. That's learnability. All right, 74. The project method is considered valuable for the following reasons, except one. Is it letter A? Motive for learning is developed. Movement among pupils is not free. Discussion is almost nil. Pupils are trained to be responsible. Pupils develop alertness, open-mindedness, and tolerance. Okay, so again, the question is, the project method is considered valuable for the following reasons, except. So you are looking for not a good reason for using your project method. Project method, of course, is by William Kilpatrick, so don't forget that. It's by Kilpatrick. Project method is given to us by Kilpatrick. And which one is an exception to the valuable reasons why we use the project method? Is it letter A? Motive for learning is developed. Letter B, movement among pupils is not free. Discussion is almost nil. Letter C, pupils are trained to be responsible. Letter D, pupils develop alertness, open-mindedness, and tolerance. Now, another thing that you should remember when you take the LET, yung questionnaire po, pwede nyo po siyang sulatan. Okay? So, you can write on the questionnaire. So, if you see words like not, except, you can just write, you can circle them para po it can serve as your guide when you are picking the correct answer. Okay, so pwede pong sulatan yung questionnaire nyo during the LET. But just be very careful when you are circling or you are shading the answer sa inyong answer sheet. Okay, be very careful when you are handing the answer sheet. Now, you also need to check the set letter ng iyong let set, no? Pwedeng set A ka or set B. So, kailangan isin-shade mo din whether set A ba yung questionnaire mo or set B. Alright? And then, of course, another thing that I can tell you is that do not skip a number. Okay? Huwag ka mag-skip ng number sa iyong shading. Dapat kahit hindi mo alam kung anong tamang sagot, shade ka lang ng isa. pili ka lang ng isa. Wag mong skip, wag kang mag-leave ng blank doon kasi po yung nag-check ng yung paper, ng yung let is a machine, okay? So the machine is only going to check the markings of the lead of your pencil. So kung meron kang na-skip doon, magkakarambol-rambol na po yung pag-check ng machine. So do not skip number, do not leave a blank in your let, okay? Now, for this question, of course, the correct answer is letter B. Movement among pupils is not free. Discussion is almost nil. Walang movement, walang discussion if they are making their project. All right, that's correct. Number 75. It is generally believed that the best way of meeting the needs of mentally superior learners is through letter A, enriching the curriculum, letter B, accelerating them, letter C, involving them in extracurricular activities, letter D, providing opportunities for them to help the slow learners. What should you do if you have mentally superior learners? What are you going to do? Is it enrich the curriculum, accelerate them, involve them in extracurricular activities? Letter D, provide opportunities for them to help the slow learners. Okay, so many of you are saying D, C, D, D. Okay, many of you are saying D. All right, I'm so sorry, but actually the correct answer is letter A, enrich the curriculum. For you to help your mentally superior learners, sinasabi po nating extra work na tinatawag ay, yung term po is enrichment. Okay, enrichment is the term we use for extra work given to mentally superior learners. Pag mahina naman yung learner mo, yung term po for extra work that you give them is remedial. Okay, remedial or remediation. Kaya po tama yung letter A because we have the term enrich. Okay, enrichment po yung tawag natin sa extra work na binibigay natin sa mentally superior learners natin. Now, although letter D is also good, provide opportunities for them to help the slow learners, here po, the correct answer is letter A. So enrichment for mentally superior learners and remedial for the slower ones. Okay, so remedial po ang tawag sa slow learners. All right. Now, number 76, when the daughter is competing with the mother for the father's attention, the daughter is said to be experiencing A, sexual deviation. Letter B, electric complex. Letter C, identity crisis. Letter D, Oedipus complex. Okay, which one do you think is the correct answer for number 76? Sexual deviation, electric complex, identity crisis, Oedipus complex. Okay, so sabi dito ng ating number 76, the daughter is competing with the mother for the father's attention. This is part of Sigmund Freud's theory, the one that's called yung sa psychosexual theory niya, no, yung meron tayong 5 stages doon, yung owls always play late games. So oral, anal, phallic, then you have the latency and genital stage. If you haven't done so yet, meron din po tayong discussion dyan. Isa sa mga mahabang discussion din natin, almost an hour siya. Please try to check that. It's ProfEd. Okay, all ProfEd po. All the theories are there. So try to check those things po. This is actually part of the phallic stage. Tama si Sir King Ray, no? So part siya ng phallic stage. But specifically, yung tawag natin dito would be the Electra complex. Okay, so Electra complex, the daughter is competing with the mother for the father's attention. Okay, she is experiencing Electra complex, which is part of the phallic stage. Now, ang Oedipus complex ay parte din po siya ng phallic stage. But yung Oedipus complex po ay yung kabaliktaran naman. Oedipus complex naman po ay yung son, yung anak na lalaki, ay nagko-compete sa father sa affection ng mother niya. Okay, so that's the Oedipus complex. The correct answer, letter B, Electra complex. All right, now we go to number 77. Zero standard deviation means that more than 50% of the score obtained is zero. 50% of the scores obtained is zero. The student's scores are the same. Less than 50% of the scores obtained is zero. Okay, so which one do you think is the correct answer for zero standard deviation? 77. Okay, many are answering letter C, C. All right, so again, in assessment, you have what you call the measure of central tendency. So, measure ng central tendency mo would be your mean, median, and mode. Okay, kung gaano ka-clump ang scores mo to a certain center, okay, to a certain score or grade. Now, pag sinabi mo namang measures of variability, okay, or measures of dispersion, meron ka din dyan standard deviation, meron kang range, meron kang iba pang klase ng mga deviations, okay? So pag sinabi mong zero standard deviation, that means walang pagkakaiba ang score mo, okay? Walang variability, walang dispersal ang score mo, clump sila. So your answer should be letter C, that's correct. The student scores are the same, okay? Zero standard deviation, that means the scores are the same. Number 78, all of statements below are kinds of pleasure. Which one is morally good? Okay, which type of pleasure is morally good? Is it letter A, pleasure in winning in a beauty contest by means of ballot? Letter B, pleasure in offering one's hard-earned grades to your parents? Letter C, pleasure in winning in a chance number game? Letter D, pleasure in winning in sports by default? Okay, what do you think is the correct answer for number 78? Okay, saan dito yung morally good na pleasure? Nanalo ka sa beauty contest by means of a ballot. So, boto-boto. In-offer mo yung grades mo sa parents mo. Letter C, nanalo ka sa isang game by chance dahil lamang sa swerte. Letter D, pleasure in winning in sports by default. Nanalo yung team nyo dahil default yung kalaban. Okay, correct answer is letter B. Pleasure in offering one's hard-earned grades to your parents. That's morally correct. Okay, next one. A group of people asserts that their culture is superior to another. This exemplifies letter A, cultural conflict, B, cultural gap, C, ethnocentrism, D, norm conflict. Okay, which one is the correct answer for number 79? Is it cultural conflict, cultural gap, ethnocentrism, norm conflict? Okay, again, we're already at number 79. Okay, so many of you are answering C, C, C. Okay, correct answer, of course, you're all correct. That's letter C, ethnocentrism. So when you say ethnocentrism, you think your own culture is better than the rest of the culture. Now, the opposite of this is sinocentrism. Sinocentrism naman po, iniisip mo na mas maigi yung kultura ng iba kaysa sa kultura natin. Sinocentrism, okay? Sinocentrism. This is the opposite of ethnocentrism. Pag sa ethnocentrism, you consider your culture to be superior than that of another. Sinocentrism naman, you consider another culture as superior than that of ours. So, siya, colonial mentality siya. Iniisip mo na mas mabuti yung kultura ng Amerika kaysa sa atin. That's sinocentrism. There is another term based on this, which is xenophobia. Baka lumabas sa let nyo. Sa mga phobia nyo, no? Xenophobia, pag sinabi mo namang xenophobia, that is the fear of strangers. The fear of strangers or the fear of foreign people is called xenophobia. Okay, xenophobia. All right, next one. Number 80, we're down to our last 21 na. Last 21 questions. The key to continuing community support for an instructional program is to, letter A, develop a program responsive to the changing needs of the community. Letter B, create a desire among your students to clean the community as an outcome of your lesson. Letter C, maintain an instructional program that stresses traditional academic education. Letter D, rely on the media to improve the image of the school. What is going to be helpful if you want a continued community support? Kung gusto mong suportado ka ng community na meron yung school nyo, what should be in your program? Okay, some of you are answering letter B, A. Okay, A and B lamang. So again, going back to our question, what is the key to continuing community support? Paano mako-continue yung suporta ng community mo sa inyong programa. Okay? The correct answer here would be letter A. Develop a program responsive to the changing needs of the community. Bakit? Pag ang programa ay para sa kanila, alam mong susuportahan kanila. Okay? So, if your program is responsive to their needs, if the program answers the needs of your community, then you know that you have their support. Okay? They'll continue supporting you because the program is also for them. Okay? So, that's letter A. Number 81, which curricular moves serve to strengthen spiritual and ethical values? Okay? Your hint here would be the word spiritual and ethical values. Alin sa mga curricular move na to ang nag-strengthen ng ating spiritual and ethical values? Is it reintroducing science as a subject in grade 1, integration of creative thinking in all subjects, reducing the number of subject areas into the skill subjects, and letter D, introduction of values education as a subject or as a separate subject area? Okay. Many are answering D, D, D. All right, I think it's pretty obvious since we are talking about spiritual and ethical values, your answer should be about values education too. Okay, so letter D, good job, that's the correct answer. All right, number 82, which of the following should a teacher do if she cannot pay the monthly installment of an appliance she got from a department store in their town? Okay, meron kang kinuhang hinuhulugang appliance or appliances. Pero hindi mo na mahulugan. Is it letter A, offer to return the used appliance to the store on the condition that she will be refunded on the monthly installment she paid? So, ibabalik mo yung used appliance, tapos i-refund yung monthly installment mo. Move to another neighborhood to escape payment. Okay? So, lilipat ka. Reject any notice of demand for payment to make the impression that she did not receive any. Or letter D, inform the manager of the store personally and make a satisfactory arrangement of payment on or before the due date. Okay, many people are answering letter D. I think it's pretty obvious, of course. That's letter D, inform the manager of the store personally and make a satisfactory arrangement of payment on or before the due date. Okay, so that's correct po. Number 82 is letter D. Now we go to number 83. What should be avoided in arranging the items of the final form of the test? Anong dapat mong i-avoid pag ina-arrange mo ang items sa isang test? Is it letter A, space the items so they can be read easily? Letter B, follow a definite response pattern for the correct answer to ensure ease of scoring. Letter C, arrange the sections such that they progress from the very simple to the very complex. Letter D, keep all the items and options together on the same page. Okay, what's the correct answer for number 83? What should be avoided? Okay, you have the term avoided there. Anong kailangan mong i-avoid? Okay, so 83, ano kaya ang correct answer natin? All right, so many of you are answering C, B, my D, B, C. Okay, let's go back to our question. So again, sabi ng question, what should be avoided in arranging the items? Letter A, space the items so they can be read easily. Okay, so tama naman, dapat may proper spacing yung items natin. Letter B, sabi ng letter B mo, follow a definite response pattern. May pattern dapat yung response mo for the correct answer to ensure ease of scoring. That means may response. So, A, B, B, then A, B, B ulit, then A, B, B ulit, then A, B, B ulit. That's the definite response pattern for correct answer. Letter C mo, arrange the sections such that they progress from the very simple to the very complex. That's correct. Keep all the items and options together on the same page. Dapat yung question at yung choices nasa the same page. That's also correct. Okay? Keep all the items and options together on the same page. That is correct. So your answer would be letter B. Follow a definite response pattern for the correct answer to ensure ease of scoring. Okay? So again, The correct answer here is letter B. Dapat walang pattern yung correct answer mo. Kasi pag nangyari yon, hindi na mag-iisip yung students mo. Pag nakita nila yung pattern na ABCD, then ABCD, then ABCD, sasabihin nila, pagkatapos ng D, A na yung answer. Pagkatapos ng A, B na kaagad yung answer. Okay? So next item, alam na nila kung ano yung answer. Yung letter A mo is tama. Space the item so they can be read easily. Letter C mo is tama. Dapat you start from the simple to the more complex. Letter D mo is also tama. Keep all the items and options together in the same page. Dapat kung ang question mo ay nasa page na to, nandyan din yung choices mo para hindi buklat ng buklat yung estudyante mo, okay? Because that would be a waste of time. That would be very irritating to your students. All right, next one. The environment in order to facilitate learning must be interactive. Which of the following best typifies this kind of environment? So, alin dito yung interactive? So, that means active yung student, no? Meron siyang ginagawa. Is it letter A? The child copies a list of facts concerning fossils on the blackboard. So, copy the board. Letter B, the child goes out and discovers for himself some rock and fossil. Letter C, the child listens to a lecture on fossils given by the teacher. Letter D, the child summarizes the section of fossils in his science textbook. Okay, so what's the answer for number 84? All right, many of you are answering letter B. Letter B again. We're looking for interactive learning. That means the child is busy in the process of learning. Meron siyang ginagawa, hindi lamang ginagawa, pero worthwhile dapat yung kanyang ginagawa. Okay, correct answer for number 84 is letter B. The child goes out and discovers for himself some rock or fossil. That's the most interactive. Hindi yung nag-copy lang siya ng board, hindi yung nakinig lang siya sa lecture, hindi yung nag-summarize lang siya sa nakita niya sa textbook. Okay, so the most important thing is that he goes out, he discovers, he touches the rocks, he touches the fossils. Okay, so that's letter B. Next one. 85. Which of the following will you do if somebody confided in you an offense which will implicate your brother? Okay, what if someone has told you that your brother did this? Is it letter A, find out the full account of the matter? Kailangan mong mag-imbestiga. Letter B, tell him to report the matter to the authorities. Letter C, advise the person who confided to you to get the service of the lawyer. Letter D, encourage him to keep quiet so as not to implicate your brother. Okay, what are you going to do for number 85? Okay, so some of you are saying 85A, find out the full account of the matter. So mag-iimbestiga ka, makikichismis ka, tatanungin mo yung kung sino man ang may alam. Okay. Letter B is to tell him to report the matter to the authorities. Letter C, advise the person who confided to you to get the service of the lawyer. Letter D, encourage him to keep quiet so as not to implicate your brother. Okay, sabihan mo siyang tumahimik ka na lang. Okay, baka makulong pa yung brother ko. Okay, correct answer here is letter B. Tell him to report the matter to the authorities dahil magkakabias ka. Okay? Ayaw mong maging biased. So dahil brother mo nga, yung sangkot, dapat sabihan mo na lang siya, advise mo na lang siya na mag-report sa authorities. Okay? Hindi mo man alam kung ano yung totoong nangyari, yung authorities na dapat yung mag-handle dito, dapat hindi na ikaw yung bubusisi, hindi na ikaw magtatanong, hindi ka na mag-a-advise, okay? Kaya yan yung mali sa letter C, nag-advise pa siya, no? That's very biased, okay? So letter B should be the correct answer for number 85. Okay, number 86, the primary objectives in the regionalization of the education system are two. Bakit nga ba meron ng regional centers ang ating education ngayon? Is it letter A, take into account local needs and conditions and encourage local development plan? Letter B, promote quality education at all levels and in all communities of the country? Letter C, encourage the undertaking of language researches in various regions. Letter D, get assurance that all education policies are implemented nationwide. Okay, what's the answer for number 86? Bakit may mga regional centers na tayo sa iba't ibang region sa ating bansa? Okay. All right, some more answers, please. Okay, correct answer, of course, would be letter B. Promote quality education at all levels and in all communities of the country. So, hindi lamang yung mga taga-Maynila yung educated. Dapat kahit yung mga taga-probinsya, educated din. Hindi lamang yung mga nasa lungsod, dapat pati yung mga nasa baryo ay may education din. So, quality education at all levels in all communities of the country. That's the correct answer. Number 87, Dewey's philosophy stresses the development of an individual capable of reflective thinking, specifically that being able to solve problems he faces individually. This is blank. Is it letter A, developmentalism, letter B, experimentalism, letter C, rationalism, letter D, disciplinism? Okay, what is the correct answer for number 87? Okay, some of you are answering B, others A. B, A. Okay, let's go back to our question. Sabi dito, he stressed development of an individual capable of reflective thinking, specifically being able to solve problem. Okay, being able to solve problem, reflective thinking, and that would be experimentalism. Letter B, experimentalism. We all know Dewey to be the father of progressivism, but another thing that he gave us is experimentalism. So experimentalism nanggaling din po siya kay Dewey. Okay, so letter B, experimentalism is the correct answer. All right, next one. 88. These are also known as combination classes, organized in barrios or barangays, where the required number of pupils of the same grade level has not been met to make a separate class. Thus, the teacher apportions class time for instruction to every grade level within a class. These are A, multi-grade classes, B, homogeneous classes, C, heterogeneous classes, D, extension classes. Okay, what's the correct answer for number 88? All right, people are answering A. A, multi-grade classes, A. So sabi ng question mo, hindi na-meet yung number of students na gusto, okay, sa isang grade level. And so yung teacher, hinahati-hati niya yung time niya sa different grade levels na meron sa isang klase. Okay, the correct answer here would be multi-grade classes. That's correct. Okay, so multi-grade classes is the correct answer. Now, ano naman yung kaibahan, ang pagkakaiba ng homogeneous classes at hetero? Pag sinabi mong homo, the same, isa. Okay, isa lamang or the same. Pag sinabi mong hetero, marami. Okay, so when you say homogeneous class here, ang estudyante mo sa isang klase, pare-pareho ng abilities. Okay, so maaaring star section. Okay, so naka-section sila. May star section ka, may special science class ka, meron kang special class for the arts, special program for the arts, meron kang special program for journalism, for example. So homogeneous, pareho yung capacity, yung ability ng iyong mga students. Pag sinabi mo namang heterogeneous, wala silang leveling, wala silang sectioning. So, samot-sari, halo-halo yung estudyante mo. Merong sobrang talino, may average, meron namang medyo kailangan ng tulong, merong students of special needs, for example. Okay, so that's heterogeneous classes. Yung extension naman, usually wala naman tayong extension class. Yung sinasabi natin is extension campuses. Okay, so extension campuses. Campus ng isang, for example, state university sa another part ng lungsod na ito, no? So extension campus yung tawag natin. Okay, next one. Number 89. Educators are aware that no amount of practice and instruction can make a 4-month-old child walk or speak fluently because the muscular and neural structure are not yet ready for those skills. This points to the process called maturation, growth, heredity, development. What's the answer for number 89? Sabi, kahit na anong practice mo, kahit na anong instruction mo, ang isang 4-month-old na bata ay hindi makakapaglakad at hindi makakapagsalita fluently. Dahil nga, yung kanyang muscular and neural structure ay hindi pa ready. So ano nga ba ito? Is this maturation? Is this growth? Is this heredity? Is this development? Maraming sumasagot ng development. There's Growth. Okay. Now, when you say growth and development, magkaiba po sila. Usually, when you say growth, this is the physical increase. Physical increase lamang po pwedeng lateral or vertical. So, when you say growth, physically nag-increase yung height mo, for example, or pwede ding yung weight mo ay nag-increase. That's growth. But when you say yung growth mo, again, is just physical. But when you say development, this is the growth in different aspects. So, hindi lang physical na growth, may mental growth ka, social growth, emotional, may spiritual growth ka, for example, that's development. Heredity naman is how the traits, yung characteristics ay nata-transmit, no, napapasa ng parent sa kanyang mga anak. That's heredity. And your maturation here, that's the correct answer. Okay? So maturation is the correct answer for number 89. Tingnan natin yung definition for maturation. All right, so yan yung sabi ng maturation. Orderly, sequential changes the body is genetically predetermined to undertake is referred to as maturation. Okay, so certain behaviors are not possible until mature na yung bata na mag-reach ng stage na yan. Okay, so that's maturation. So letter A is the answer for that question. All right, now 90. Learning is strengthened if it results in satisfaction, but it is weakened if it leads to annoyance. This is the law of, is it the law of effect, law of repetition, law of readiness, law of exercise? Okay, number 90 na tayo. Is this the law of effect, law of repetition, law of readiness, or law of exercise? Okay, some more answers, people. All right, so many of you are answering letter A, letter A. Okay, halos lahat ay letter A. So the laws na tinatawag natin, no, different laws of learning, this was given to us by Thorndike. Okay, so Edward Thorndike was the one who gave us the different laws of learning. There are 3 laws of learning that he gave us: the law of readiness, the law of exercise, and the law of effect. Now, sinasabi ng law of readiness, this is also maturation, law of readiness or law of maturation. Sabi nga kanina, even if grabe yung training mo sa isang bata, pag hindi pa siya ready, pag hindi pa siya mature for that level, ay hindi siya magli-learn. One common question in the LET based on the law of readiness is that may question sa let na there is a saying that you can bring the horse to the lake, but you cannot force the horse to drink water from it. Okay, what does this law indicate? Okay, so sabi ng saying mo, pwede mong dalhin yung kabayo sa lawa, pero hindi mo siya mapupwesang uminom sa lawa kung ayaw niya. Okay, that's the law of readiness. That's the law of maturation, ika nga, okay? That's why it is also very important for us as teachers to give motivation to our student. Kaya minomotivate natin yung student natin. Every time that we would start with a certain lesson, dapat may motivation para ready sila to learn, okay? So that's the law of readiness. Ang law of exercise naman is repetition. The same lang to sila ng repetition. Paulit-ulit. Ito yung tinatawag nating drill. Okay, one very important method of studying math or learning math, being very good at math, is through the law of exercise. So drill, yung binibigay natin drill sa ating students, that's the law of exercise. Practice makes perfect. Yan yung sinasabi ng law of exercise natin. The more you practice, the better you get at a certain thing. Now, the law of effect naman, sabi naman ng law of effect, if the effect of a certain action of the student is good, then the student is going to do it again. But if the effect is bad, if the student, for example, has been punished because of this, then the student will no longer do it. Okay, the student won't do it again. That's the law of effect, which is actually the correct answer for this. Okay, because it says learning is strengthened if the result is satisfaction, or satisfactory, but it is weakened if it leads to annoyance. Okay, so it's the law of effect. Ano ba yung naging epekto ng learning niya? Pag ang learning niya ay naging satisfactory, ang result is satisfactory, then the child is going to do it again. The child would want to learn again. But if it has brought about annoyance, then the child is going to weaken that learning. Okay, so those are the 3 laws of learning according to Thorndike. Again, the law of readiness, the law of exercise, and the law of effect. Okay, so the correct answer for number 90 is letter A, effect. All right, now we're down to our last 10 questions. Number 91. An inventor is offered by a foreigner 4 times as much as what he will get practicing in the Philippines. He refused the offer. Is he right? Which of the following is the best answer? Okay, so meron kang na-imbento at merong isang foreigner na nag-offer sa'yo na magtrabaho sa kanya or mag-offer na doon ka na magtrabaho, bibigyan ka niya ng 4 times ng pwedeng kitain mo sa Pilipinas. Okay? So, but he refused the offer. Is he right? Yes or no? Okay? Is he right for refusing the offer? Yes or no? Sabi ng letter A, no, because opportunity knocks but once. Okay? Of course, you can already eliminate this. You can only think about B, C, or D. Okay? Of course, sabi ko nga sa inyo, lagi sa let, yung pinakatamang sagot, pinakamagandang sagot, pinaka-ideal na sagot, yung pipiliin nyo. Hindi siya realistic, but it is idealistic. Okay, so letter B, yes, because his invention will help improve the country. Letter C, yes, because the beneficiaries of his invention are his relatives. Letter D, yes, because the amount he gets from the foreigner can also be spent in the Philippines. Okay, now tandaan po natin na he refused the offer. He refused the offer of the foreigner. Sabi niya, gusto niya manatili lamang sa Pilipinas, dito lamang magtrabaho sa Pilipinas, gamitin ang kanyang imbensyon sa Pilipinas. Is he right? The correct answer would be letter B, yes, because his invention will help improve the country. Okay, so again, piliin ang pinakamagandang sagot out of the choices. All right, so letter B is the correct answer for number 91. Okay, so now number 92. The first American teachers in the Philippines were letter A, soldiers. Letter B, graduates of the normal school. Letter C, missionaries. Letter D, elementary graduates. Now, I have discussed this in the previous live stream when we talked about the different eras in the educational system of the government. Okay, so the first American teachers in the Philippines were soldiers, graduates of the normal school. Normal school, again, are those schools for high school graduates who'd want to become teachers. Letter C, missionaries. When you say missionaries, usually religious missionaries sila. Pumupunta sila sa ibang bansa, sa ibang lugar para mag-spread ng word of God. Letter D, elementary graduates. Ano nga ba yung mga naging first teachers natin, first American teachers in the Philippines? It's letter A, of course, soldiers. Kaya nga tinawag natin silang Thomasites dahil yung sinakyan nilang barko, ang pangalan ng sinakyan nilang barko is MSS Thomas. Okay, so that's why they were called Thomasites. But they were soldiers. Hindi po sila misyonaryo, sila po ay soldiers. Okay, so letter A is the correct answer. Now, number 93, Confucius asserted that in teaching, there should be no distinction of classes. Confucius' teaching is in support of letter A, education for all, or EFA. Letter B, moral recovery programs. Letter C, back to the basics. Letter D, values education. Now, napasama din ito sa ating diniscuss in our previous live stream. We've also talked about Confucius and his teachings as part of the Chinese education. So sabi nga ni Confucius, all men are alike and so they should be educated in the same way. Dapat pare-pareho ang pag-educate natin sa mga tao kahit na anong antas pa nila sa society. Okay? So what is this in support of? The correct answer is dahil lahat sila ay kailangang ma-educate ng pare-parehas, it's education for all. Education for all or EFA. Okay, so that's A, letter A, education for all or EFA. That's correct. All right, number 94. With several senses to be stimulated as a criterion, which one should be first in the list? Is it audio aid, audiovisual aid, visual aid, multisensory aid? Okay, saan kaya dito yung kailangan nating gamitin if we have several senses to be stimulated? Several senses to be stimulated. What should be your answer? Audio aid, audiovisual, visual aid. So letter B mo, audiovisual aid is a combination of the audio, pandinig, and visual, yung mga nakikita. Or is it multisensory aid? Okay, multisensory. All right. Now, the correct answer, of course, is letter D, multisensory aid. Okay, now, again, when you say multi, that means many, that means several. So, multisensory aid mo, hindi lamang siya audio, hindi mo lamang siya naririnig, hindi mo lamang siya nakikita, pero maaaring nahawakan mo. Okay, so yung mga tactiles natin tinatawag, yung mga puzzles, yung mga slime even, okay, yung mga clay. All right, so letter D is the correct answer. Number 95, the basic needs in the hierarchy of needs must be met so that learning will effectively take place. This expresses the theory of, kaninong theory ito? Okay, tinatawag nating hierarchy of needs. I've also discussed this several times in our videos. Is it letter A, Rogers, B, Murray, C, Horney, D, Maslow? Okay, so maraming sumasagot na Maslow, Maslow, Maslow. Okay, of course, the correct answer is letter D. That's Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay? So, of course, we've already discussed this. Alam naman natin, sabi ni Abraham Maslow, bago ma-acquire or ma-achieve ng isang tao yung self-actualization, the best version of himself, dapat na-satisfy muna niya yung mga first, second levels ng needs niya. Okay? So, unang-unang needs niya would be physiological needs. Dapat natutulog siya, dapat kumakain siya na maayos, and so student who has an empty stomach cannot learn. Okay, that's a common question in the LET. A student with an empty stomach cannot learn because according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, dapat masatisfy mo muna yung physiological needs bago ka makago to the next level. So safety is the next level, love and belonging, self-esteem, the respect of the person towards himself, then of course self-actualization, the best version of what he can be. So that's Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, now let's take a look at the other choices that we had a while ago. Carl Rogers. Ito naman yung sinabi ni Carl Rogers. Teachers should be facilitators of learning. Teachers should create supportive environment, emotionally warm, in which they work collaboratively with learners to achieve educational goals. Okay, so learning environment is very important. Teachers should be facilitators of learning. That's Carl Rogers. All right, next one. Si Murray naman is one of the authors. It's an American author who gave us the bell curve na book, Intelligence and Class Structure in American Life. That's Charles Murray. And then we have Horney, Karen Horney naman. He developed the different aspects she developed the different aspects of the self. So meron tayong tinatawag na real self, the inner core of your personality. May despised self ka, yung may inferiority ka, may shortcomings ka, may mga failures ka, and meron kang ideal self, yung perfection mo, yung view mo of your perfect self. Okay, so the goal of psychoanalysis for Karen Horney is to accept the real self. Kailangan mo ma-accept ang iyong personality bago ka maging healthy psychologically. Okay, so that's Karen Horney. So again, our answer was letter D, Maslow. All right, now we're down to our last 5 questions. When a school decides to work on a thematic curriculum, which should be out of the picture? If your school is going to work on a thematic, may theme ang inyong curriculum, which should be out of the picture? Is it letter A, integration, letter B, peer collaboration, letter C, competition, letter D, team teaching? Again, the question is which should be out of the picture? Which should be out of the picture? Okay, so many are answering C, C, C. Competition, okay, that's right. All right, the correct answer is letter C, competition. When you are having a thematic curriculum, everyone should be integrated. There should be peer collaboration, nagtutulungan, and of course, there's team teaching. Okay, so letter C, competition is the correct answer. Okay, number 97, the use of drills in the classroom is rooted on Thorndike's law of, I've already mentioned this a while ago, Thorndike's law of learning, the laws of learning, law of readiness, law of effect, and law of exercise. Saan dito yung drills? Is it belongingness, readiness, exercise, or effect? Okay, what's the correct answer? All right, of course, the correct answer would be the law of exercise. That's correct. Practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the better you get at a certain thing or at a certain object. Okay, next one, number 98, last three. In writing a performance objective, which word is not acceptable? Saan dito yung hindi acceptable? When you are making your learning objectives, when you are having your practice teaching and you were made to make your lesson plan, saan dito yung hindi ina-accept ng iyong practice teaching supervisor? Okay, saan? Is it understand, manipulate, evaluate, or name? Saan yung hindi ginagamit whenever we make or we write our lesson objectives? Hindi siya ginagamit because it is very difficult to gauge it. It is very difficult to measure it. Okay, so which verb is not used in making your objective? Okay, is it understand, manipulate, evaluate, or name? Okay, many of you are answering B and D. The correct answer here is letter A, understand. Hindi po siya ginagamit whenever we make our lesson objectives. If you make a lesson plan and you have, for example, sa lesson plan nyo, at the end of the session, 75% of the students should be able to understand the laws of learning. According to Thorndike, hindi po siya po pwede. Iko-cross out po yan ng inyong supervisor, ng inyong assistant principal, because understanding is very difficult to measure. Okay? So, hindi po ginagamit yung understand when you make a lesson plan. Pwede pong manipulate, evaluate, name, identify, compare, contrast, all the other verbs that you can use. Okay, so letter A is the correct answer. Now we go to number 99. The strongest disadvantage of the alternate response type of test is letter A, demand for critical thinking. Letter B, absence of analysis. Letter C, encouragement of rote memory. Letter D, high possibility of guessing. Okay, what do you think is the strongest disadvantage of the alternate response type of test? Wala po tayong F. Okay, Sir Nestor, letter D is the answer. High possibility of guessing. There's B, there's A. Now, one type, isang halimbawa po ng alternate response type of test natin is the true or false type of test. Okay, so if you're thinking of your true-false type of test, ano yung strongest disadvantage nito? Ano yung pinaka-disadvantage of the use of the true-false type of test? Your answer should be letter D. Tama po kayo, high possibility of guessing. So hindi na mag-iisip yung bata, no? Mag-i-guess na lang siya kasi 50-50 naman eh. It's either true or false. So hindi na siya mag-iisip, true or false na lang. Choose na lang siya between true or false. That's your alternate response type of test. Okay, now we go to the last question. Last question na po tayo. Which measure or measures of central tendency is or are most appropriate when the score distribution is not badly skewed? Alin dito yung pinaka pwede, ang usual na ginagamit kapag hindi naman skewed ang iyong score distribution, meaning wala kang outliers, wala kang scores na napakataas, wala kang scores na napakababa. Okay, so which measure or measures of central tendency are you going to use or in this type of score distribution? Okay, so again, your score distribution is not badly skewed. It is not badly skewed. You have no outliers. You have no very, very high scores. You also don't have very low scores. Okay, the correct answer here would be letter B, that's the mean. Okay, so letter B po ang tamang sagot natin, and that's the mean. That ends our discussion today. We're done with 100 items of our LET questions, LET Q&A. So that's 50 items GenEd, 50 items ProfEd. In my next live stream, I might make it just 50 items dahil masyado pong mahaba yung ating 100 items, no? Because of course I am discussing all the questions and all the reasons why we pick a certain answer, and we have spent a long time to finish it. So I might have just 50 items in the next, so 25 items GenEd, 25 items ProfEd, but I will make you answer and I will make you check your answer. And then we are going to set a mark or set a standard. So pwedeng iset natin siguro maaari at the start pwede tayong mag-set ng 60% passing. Okay? So i-check natin yung inyong answers, then we will check or we will gauge whether you have passed the question, the test that we have or not. Okay, so again, next time, I'll just make it 25 for GenEd and 25 for ProfEd. Pero garantisado po lahat po ng sinasabi ko sa inyo ay lumalabas sa LET. Lahat po ng sinasabi ko mga questions dito and our rationalization are all based on our experience of making our students pass the LET. So make sure that you come back during our live stream, our next live stream. So again, next time, please make sure that you have your pen and paper with you, your notebook with you, because we are going to be checking your work and we will gauge whether you have passed the test or not. All right. Now, for now, before we have our draw, I am going to give another chance to those people who are not able to comment with still here in our checkpoint a while ago before we have our drawing. I'd like you to please comment pass the let with Gurongpinoy. Okay, pass the let with Gurongpinoy. Just comment pass the let with Gurongpinoy. If you have already commented a while ago with still here, you don't need to make another comment. Pero pag nag-comment na hindi pa po kayo nakakapag-comment kanina, then just comment with pass the let. Pass the let with study link. And then I am going to include your name in our raffle. Make sure that you haven't commented a while ago, ha? Pag nakapag-comment na po, ay pwede na pong wag na mag-comment. Okay? So we have okay, wait. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay, then we are going to have a raffle draw. Okay, now siguro para marami tayong matulungan at marami tayong mabahagian ng ating, pasensya na po kayo, hindi po ako masyadong matatas sa pananagalog dahil nga galing ho ako sa Iloilo. I'm more comfortable with English than with Tagalog dahil Ilongga po ako. And siguro po para marami tayong ma-share, makapag-share ng 2,000, we'll try to make it more in the next live stream because we also want to help you, not just in your review, but also try to help you financially dahil alam naman natin na maraming naghihirap ngayon dahil nga sa COVID-19. Gagawin nating 4 winners for now, okay? So 4 winners, each of 500 pesos. Okay, all right, 1 more minute. Then we are going to proceed with our raffle. Now, please do help Gurongpinoy. Please share our YouTube channel. Also, please go to our Facebook page. Look for our logo because marami pong kumokopya sa ating pangalan. Marami pong Gurongpinoy sa Facebook. So make sure that it is our logo that you find there and that you follow it. Okay, so that we can also have more followers in our Facebook page. We have more than 6,000 in our Facebook page, but we are aiming to have 10,000 followers in our Facebook page para po magkaroon din tayo ng ads sa Facebook. Okay, so please do share niyo po yung ating channel and also the Facebook page. Please go to our Facebook page and follow it. Okay, all right. Okay, I think we're ready for our drawing. So again, we'll have 4 winners of 500 pesos. Okay, so once your name is drawn, kindly just send a message to our email address. Our email address po is StudyLink Teachers Page. Okay, let me make a banner for that. StudyLink Teachers Page at gmail.com. Okay, StudyLink po is, what's our previous name? Okay, StudyLink Teachers Page. That was the name of our review center in Iloilo before. Okay, so this is our email address. Just send your details like your name, your phone number, and your address to that email once your name is drawn. Okay, so we start. Again, we are going to have 4 winners of 500 pesos. Okay. Thank you so much, Ma'am Sweet, for sharing with your batchmates. Okay, now the first winner that we have is 500 pesos po. Just send your information to us through our Gmail. The first winner is Pomnisha. Pomnisha. Okay, so ma'am or sir, I don't know. So that's your name in YouTube is Pomnisha, 500 pesos. Okay, so that's the first winner. All right, the next one, the next lucky winner that we have is, okay, still 500 pesos. We have Ma'am Lyra Joy Planto. Ma'am Lyra or Ma'am Lyra Joy Planto? Ma'am Lyra Joy Planto or Ma'am Lyra Joy Planto? Okay, that's the second winner that we have. Again, Gurong Pinoy is a Facebook page. Please make sure that you see our logo there because there are so many Gurong Pinoy. We don't know why. Alam niyo naman maraming impostor ngayon sa Facebook. Kahit kayo siguro meron din impostor. Okay, now next winner. Okay, so we're down to our last two. Last two, 500. Again, we are going to try to have more money maybe next time. Okay, so next winner that we have is this lucky winner. And this is Ma'am Gemaline Paulino. Okay, Ma'am Gemaline Paulino, congratulations. Okay, Ma'am Gemaline. And the last one, okay, the last lucky winner that we have is all right, so again, don't forget to share our channel. Don't forget to subscribe and come back for more. If you want to know when the next video will be, just follow our, just subscribe to our channel because you will be notified. Just click the bell notification so that you will know if I have posted. Usually I just post the thumbnail and then I'd say the next video will be this, the next live stream would be this. Okay, so just stand by for more videos. All right. Okay, the last one. Wow, this is also one of our avid viewers. This is Sir Dennis Brade. Dennis Brade or Dennis Braid? Okay, Sir Dennis Brade. All right, so those are our 4 lucky winners today or tonight in your case. We are going to come back for more. So please continue supporting our channel. Share our Facebook page and all that. If you have questions, I've seen one question today. It's Sir Nestor Albarico. You can just send that through our Gmail or maybe through Facebook. You can also do that. All right, so makita-kita tayo muli mga students ko at inyong mga classmates. I am very happy that you were all very interactive today. Congratulations. And next time we will try to check and we will try to gauge if you have passed the LET, okay? Passed our LET, our exam, okay? So sa muli, ito po yung Gurong Pinoy na nagsasabing maliit man na butil na mga kaalaman, ang dulo nito ay malaking kaginhawaan. Maraming salamat po. Good night. Stay safe. Makita-kita tayo sa susunod nating mga videos. All right, see you soon.